Wales. Not got to it yet. I've been doing other stuff. It's 8 o'clock yet. I've got to start drinking it. Seek and Destroy. I probably heard that. Well, I've turned off my. Where's my phone? What's it saying? Another 1 minute. I'll start my bucket. Seek and Destroy. I probably know that one. I bet you I heard that at download. It's one of the ones I don't know. I don't really know any Metallica. I know the riffs. I recognised nearly all the songs they played, but I didn't know which ones they were. Hey Jez, how's it going? I think I might have found the Trade Tuesday guitar, or it's a bass. But more info next week. I'm letting it sit. It's been up for 2 weeks. I'll leave it till during the week until I sell something, and then I can hit them with a low ball. The old, I can come and pick it up tonight, give you cash. One of them. Should be interesting. How are you? How are you all doing? I wish you could tell me. You could hum it to me. The Explorer's not mine. It's my pal, a fellow Marrow warrior, Chris, who lives in Paisley. I fixed some guitars for him. Those are the water damaged ones were for him, or his pal. And he's had that Explorer, and he's like never plays it. He's not well, so he's got AMGs. I think I've got to take out. Hey, Dung Mac, not gonna be able to watch the rest of the stream because I'm about to take the ferry to Newfoundland in Canada. Lovely. Aye. I think it's not that newly found, really, is it? Well, I suppose it's only a couple 100 years ago, isn't it? Hey, Kit Kats. Yes, I've got a garden to do. The front's not that bad. It's the back. It's like it's so. I'm fixing guitars today. I haven't had time. What I really want I need a machine to do it. I'm worried, but I do it once a year. I go around with a spade and just chop all that crap down. But yeah, I just tend to not look out the back door. It's fine. Out to the jungle. So you're in Canada, don't Mac? I was interested to find out where people are from. I remember being really amazed when I don't know. I think when I hit like 100 subs, which was a big thing. And then looking at where some of the subs were from, and it was like folk from Ecuador and countries I'd never even heard of. I had heard of Ecuador, but it's quite amazing. I paid off my Tokai, came in the post, was a big nasty dent inside. Managed to get a discount because they didn't declare when you bought it. Who's got a Midge telly for 180? That seems ridiculous. Wow. Yeah. No, I'd totally be buying that. It would be getting painted Telecasters or what everyone wants. But Telecasters are such a difficult thing to get. They're so difficult. I kind of almost recommend that to buy. Or I know Kit Kats is a big fan of it. For the Shire, lovely. If I'm in Inverness, but Mum's from Canada, so here for the summer, lovely. Big. I'd imagine. I'd like to go to Canada. I'd probably want to go to Canada and America. Hey Tom, how's it going? Yeah, another Sunday, another bottle of Bucky. This is tonight's episode is sponsored by the Bucky Rage because he got 6 bottles of Bucky for his birthday, and he drank one of them and couldn't get to sleep at night because he hasn't drank it for ages. So he's just a big Jesse. So he gave it to me. He's like, yay! So not really sponsored. Definitely didn't happen to post. It was a thick padded PRS gig bag box. They must have smacked it in the shop. Candy apple red with double lock and double binding. Yeah. Oh, it's a when you said Tokai, I assumed it was a Les Paul. I don't know. It doesn't say Les Paul. But there you go. And a Tokai telly. Wow. I'm pretty rare to see. I kind of gave up on looking at Tokais because the ones that are Japanese and cool are very expensive, and there's lots of ones which seem like a really good deal. Look at it, and they're Chinese, and not that I'm being not being super snobby against it, but I kind of don't need a telly or anything like that because I've kind of got them, but I always end up kind of. Sometimes you see a guitar and it's like, oh, oh, those American stuff hit the water. I don't know about that. I don't know it blows it out the water, but for the price, I mean, you're talking about you're not going to get 180 quid. You're not going to get an American telly for. Well, I think you can that one that really nice aubergine coloured one that I had last week. The guy, he keeps getting bastard. He's got hundreds of money, so it's all right. He's just like, I think he just offers cash for things and just gets them. And there's no trying to pull up 500 quid. He's like, yeah, I'll just give you 500 quid, and he just gets you got that for 500 quid, which is pretty much ridiculous for an American telly. I've not really seen. And one in good nick, although it did play like absolute shit. The action on it was about that. I don't really know what happened to it. Oh. Yeah, I know. No, I know. A dent's one of those things that if it's there, if you know it's there, that's totally fine. I can deal with it. But you're right. If you buy a guitar and it's the pictures don't show the fact it's got a big chunky dent on it, it's like, well, you bought it for whatever the money was you paid, not knowing that was there. If it's declared, then make the decision. That's fine. You know, I've bought plenty of guitars like that. You know, it's like, oh, it's got this really bad dent, and sometimes a really bad dent isn't really that bad a dent. Sometimes it's always got a slight crack, and you look at it, and it's like pure like that, and you're like, no. That's how they do it. I use toke as a rascal slur. What the hell's toke? Marco will be hearing the Cardinal 250. I could go and get it if you want. I was Pontiac's not here. He said I want to see the whole wall done in graffiti guitars. So I've got the whole wall done in graffiti guitars, 5 of which are mine and 4 of which I'm currently wiring. Look very dip swirly. No, there's no dip swirly. There's the only dip swirly one. That's what I did. A Blazer. Which I'm still classing as being all right. I accept it. I mean, the guitar's amazing, but I'm still accepting the paint job has been. Well, it was really interesting, and it's very rare to see a guitar as brightly coloured, but maybe that doesn't apply quite the same way as it did last week. Hey Daniel, how's it going? Malcolm, do you have a full wall of flying V's? No. Oh, I've got 2 now. I've got that one, and I've got my Arbiter, and I've got a flying V bass actually, which I made. That's my flying V collection, so I could only do 3. They call that dip for a strange brew. It's a bit Clapton-y. I don't know what I'd call it. It glows in the dark, that one. Actually, I noticed that in fact, I've got my Flying M, which is, does that count as 3 guitars because it's got 3 necks? I've got it's glow in the dark because it's in the hall just now. I noticed when I went for a pee last night, it was open up and it's like, turn the hall light on. I don't need to. There's a massive triple neck Flying V that's glowing in the dark at me, so it was quite good just so I don't walk into the wall or something. Good. I seem to have a new thing here. What's this heart all about? Why have I got a heart sitting there? Oh, so I can emoji. I can do it. That wasn't there before. Don't know what that did. None of your guitars were in the dark. What you want a telly? The problem, I just use glow in the dark paint. The problem with the glow in the dark paint is it's kind of, it's not like normal paint. It's like, it's like frog spawn. It's a bit like that. It's kind of, it's not super easy to use, but it does exist and it is cool. That's not glow in the dark. That's what do you call it? You know, when you use the UV light bulb. In fact, the UV light bulb's plugged in just now because I stole the daylight bulb from next door. And it reflects the black light. Hey, Danny, thank you for swapping a Fender Strat for an Epiphone Les Paul Custom Pro in white, new. Depends which Fender Strat it is, but I don't really like Les Pauls. It's Epiphone ones. You pay an awful lot of money for an Epiphone Les Paul for what you get. I know it looks like a Les Paul. If you really have to have a Les Paul, I suppose, but I mean, there's so many other better types of guitar you can get. I mean, this would be cheaper than an Epiphone Les Paul, and this is a proper guitar. But it depends which Fender Strat it is. I mean, if it's a Mexican one, no. Mexican ones are better. If it's a Japanese one, no. It was American one, obviously not. Hey, Pontiac, yeah, 4 Series and 9, or whatever it is, J-Packs on the wall. Put some blade humbuckers in that £30 car boot Epiphone SG. 12 gauge strings. No, you want proper SG, proper Tony Iommi. You got to put. This is my Tony Iommi guitar because it's not really an SG, but it's kind of SG, but it's got P90s in it. You want 8s on it or 9s and tune it down to C sharp. No, it doesn't use 12s. Oh, no. But I mean, I'd go for a £30 Epiphone SG. Damn right, yes. That's where it's like, oh, how much is it? The Epiphone Les Paul, £100. And if it's like a standard, I'd buy that. That's how much it should cost. They don't. They cost like 400 or 500, and it's like they should cost 1 or 2. Luminous paint is the only way I can get it to work is to buy the powder type and mix it into like a lacquer. Yes, that's probably true. I think it's one of those things that when you buy it pre-mixed, it kind of separates, your oil and water type thing. So I think what you're talking about doing is, shaking it up and it's mixed right now. Use it, great. But if you leave it for a month or whatever, it kind of it separates out, and you end up with that sort of lumpy sort of like water with toothpaste in it kind of thing. Like, it's pretty lumpy. Had a candy apple Jagmaster. It's shone pink under UV light. Cool. Was it Trogley used to always put things under UV light to try and find any repairs and stuff like that? To be honest, I'm not buying guitars at £1,000, so I don't really bother looking for repairs or something like this. This has a neck repair on it. Although it's got a crack here, and the guy was like worried about it, so he basically drilled a hole and put a screw in it and then filled it in. You can actually see the wee bit. He didn't use the right color of filler. In fact, I'll find my brown pen and I'll just color it in. You're getting them from Home Bargains, but it's not an issue with it. It's fine. Bought a new Chinese Les Paul for 118. Put Aria Pro humbuckers in it. Sounds great now. Cool, excellent. As long as you didn't take the Aria Pro, it would have been a better guitar. I would almost guarantee. Had the 12 gauge with another guitar experiment. They feel good, down tuned, pure doom. Everything sounds like Sabbath. Yeah, it's your thing. That Pi fuzz pedal is my Sabbath pedal. Somebody told me when I bought it, it was the same as a Sabra Cadabra pedal, which actually I nearly bought in. I don't know how Sabbathy it is, but quite Sabbathy actually. Very Sabbathy. I was going to buy that. I saw that Sabra Cadabra when I was in Denmark Street a couple of years ago when I was down seeing Baby Metal. This was pre-pandemic, I suppose. And it was like, Sabra Cadabra, it was like 180 quid. Like, all right. No, I thought if that's 50 quid or something, it wasn't. It wasn't. Oh, lacquers have UV filters in them. They look odd under UV lacquers without that, or needed over luminous stuff. Right. Yes, okay. I know what you mean. I think that's how that Trogley was finding bits where the lacquer had been changed. You could see cracks and stuff because of that. Oh. Talking of Aria, they've got some new PE series. Peter Green. All right, cool. I have to say that I've got the. It's not a prototype guitar, but it's actually called the Prototype series, an Aria PE. And the original, obviously, I looked up the original page advert from whenever it was, 1978 or 77. It's like, yes, this is the best designed guitar ever. This is the one that we will be using to replace the LP style. And to their credit, you still get them. They got a bit more or less poly, but they're still the same shape. It's got like a unique neck join on it. The guy who designed it, H. Noble, has got I have not actually heard from him for a while. He's on Facebook and he makes Atlancia guitars. So I've actually talked to him, the guy that designed the Aria PE. When I say talked to him, messaged him, and he messaged me back. I can't remember something about see how I don't have a guitar that's got it just now, but the volume controls, because it's a carved top, are recessed so they sit flat. And I was like, do you know why I did this? I was like, yeah, so they sit flat. And he's like, no, it's so that they don't split, because there's an awful lot of problems. You find guitars that have got like a top mounted output jack. If you stand on it, because the wood's so thin all round about it, and the same with the volume controls and stuff like that. Whereas if you've got thick wood and then you carve it flat on the top, it's only, you know, the diameter of the knob a little bit that's actually thin, rather than it being the whole cavity being thin. Whereas if you stand on it, it will just punch through into the body. Yeah, I did see it. That was Anderton's not talking about the Aria PEs a couple of days ago. They're kind of bad. I mean, they never stopped making them. They did. My pal Wayne's actually an Aria dealer. He bought. He's got like a wee tiny shop, and he basically uses it for buying strings and stuff like that. He bought a couple of. You get like sort of B stock ones, kind of guitars. I think he bought a few of them. But they. So I've seen that the actual catalog. I can't remember what the website was. It was the dealer website. He sent me the link, and I lost it ages ago. And they still make the PE 1000, and it's $3,500. You can get a PE 1000 one from 1978 for $1,000, something like that. But it just kind of shows you the prices of these things compared to, and at the time it was miles better than a Les Paul, but cost slightly less. Now, actually costs more than a Les Paul, but it's much better, sort of thing. That kind of thing. New Aria Pros, nothing older, but the PE one will be it's Japanese. That's why it's $3,500. So it will be. Yes. It's just that the cheap guitars, ones like this is a cheap guitar. They don't make guitars like this anymore. This is cheap because it doesn't have very much on it. Whereas for a cheap guitar now, it's got to look like a Les Paul. So it's got to have the binding. It's got to have all the extra stuff on it to make it look good. I just wish they would not bother with the making it look good stuff, and would basically do the opposite of Harley Benton. Don't bother with baked maple and stainless steel frets and Wilkinson pickups. Just build it well. Spend that money. Just put not brilliant bridge, simple bridge, basic, decent pickups in it, decent tuners, and then spend the rest of the money making it build well. Don't spend all the money on the parts and then just basically throw them into a room and then just that's it built. Spend the money on building it, so you end up with things like this. That's why I bought it. Yes, it's old jock. I mean, it really is. Scott, really. I mean, he actually bought me a bottle of that a couple of weeks ago when he was up. He's like, I got you a beer. I was like, okay, thanks. Why? Really? He's like, because I'm on the bottle. It was in Lidl. Apparently, he saw it in the queue, and I actually tried to buy it last week, and they didn't have any left, so I'll buy it tonight. So I don't get pure blasting drunk. Once I get down to the label, because I've been tanning this. It's hot. I kind of thought that was going to happen. The answer was what? I suppose that's when you come in with the Ace Frehley one. It's like, oh, it might have lightning bolts in it and stuff like that. Yeah. Hey, Ian, how's it going? This looks a bit like a Hagstrom. Yeah, actually, it does a bit. Actually, I know what you mean. It definitely does. There is a Hagstrom that's got a similar vibe to this. It's one of those things that I think if you put the two of them next to each other, you go, they're not really that the same. But yeah, I totally see it. I've never noticed that or thought of that before. I've seen Hagstroms and never thought, oh, it looks like my Thor sound. Yeah, no, great. Don't want to admit how much I paid for my Aria Pro Cardinal 250 a few months ago, but in my opinion, what are they worth? I don't know. The Cardinal ones is kind of like the odd one out a little bit because it's got the Kurt Cobain thing on it as well. And again, it's like one of those things, like when I've got my Washburn Falcon, which is the same as the one John Fogerty played, right? That's the same as the one John Fogerty played, or the one my RG, my Ibanez RG, which is the same as the one that Gary Moore used on, it's the same. It's not a copy made to look like it. It's the same guitar. It's not like, if you buy the Eric Clapton Strat or something. That's not Eric Clapton Strat. It's built now to look like it. I'm talking about buying the Cardinal one, the one that Kurt Cobain used, it is the same one. It's like it was, maybe it might be a couple of hundred before or a couple of hundred after, but it's the same guitar made the same factory by the same people at the same time. So it's like that for me, that's an actual guitar. Same with the Tony Iommi SG. You can buy I don't know if I think they actually made a cheaper one that's only $2,000. It's like $10,000. It's like a 69 SG or whatever it is, or 61 SG, and it's like that's like 5 times the price of an actual 61 SG. So an actual 61 SG is the one that Tony Iommi plays, not one made now to be like it. Yeah, makes sense. I don't know. Oh, Thor sound doesn't get much. Well, exactly. This one actually says Thor sound in it. That's maybe my thing with the bass. It just says TSB. Thor standard bass. TSB used to be a bank in Scotland. If it still exists, it might do. I don't know. Yeah, no, Thor. I mean, the Japanese area were particularly good with names at one point, with their Night Warrior and their Metal Master and their Blade Runner. It's like, yeah, give it a good name. They're good at naming pickups as well. They've got like their Protomatic and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, give them awesome names. Whether it is good or not doesn't. But giving it a good name is a good thing. A71 is Barnsworm. Is that not Goodbye My P? I don't know. Whatever. didn't follow Nirvana, so didn't know about Kirk Ricard. And remember them in story, especially the Vantage Avenger. I've got a purple one of them. Vantage Avenger again. This is another one you would say, oh, that just looks exactly the same as a Vantage Avenger. I've got a Vantage Avenger, and it kind of doesn't when you put the two of them next to each other. Although it does, the Vantage Avenger does have this sort of SG. No, it doesn't. It's in a funny place in Avenger. It's got it here, but it's like square like a telly here, which is really bizarre because that's the bit where your arm is. This bit here, where it is on a strat, that's there because that's where your arm is, and it's a good idea. Whereas the Vantage Avenger has this bit here, but then it's square here. It seems a bit silly. Oh. Cut would either be a disappointment. It was a live chair at home chair. You never know about these things. I suppose you could sort of say the same for Hendrix or basically anybody. I don't know. I mean, Thing Me, Black Sabbath were incredibly unpopular for the end of the 80s and the 90s. They just weren't cool. When I started listening to Black Sabbath, they weren't cool at all. I mean, because Tony Iommi just kept going, and it's like the music's fine. They kind of went a wee bit. Some of the fashions a bit. For me at that age, I was like 14, 15, whatever it was. I thought Black Sabbath looked cool, not so haircut was kind of like this, wearing ripped jeans and basically just looked the same as I do just now, apart from younger. So like the poodle perms and stuff like that were like, nah. Avenger, very Marvel. There you go, and Thor as well. Yeah. Well, Vantage were originally built in the same factory as these. Very similar. Hey, Mr. Whitesnake. Sorry, I know you were talking about your. I tried to tell you. Oh yeah, you asked about those Bill Lawrence pickups, the OBL ones. What happened was, this is for everybody. But there you go. So it might take me a while to catch up. Bill Lawrence made pickups, and he did a special run for Gibson when they brought out the Sonex guitars. It's called the Velvet Brick pickup. So he sold the rights to that pickup to Gibson to do that. And then he went on making pickups, and Gibson went, no, we own Bill Lawrence pickups. And he's like, yeah, you own the ones I designed. Read the small print. We owned Bill Lawrence pickups. So he couldn't produce pickups himself anymore. It's like, well, do you want any more pickups, Bill? No, we're fine. So basically, they just bought his name, taking the pickup, and then just thrown him out till he owned the name. So what he did was, he continued to make pickups. I've got them in my Schecter. Original Bill Lawrence OBL. I think a similar thing happened with Lace Sensor, Don Lace as well. Basically, they just screwed him. Big corporations. There's a guy, he's pure skint. We'll give him $500,000 bucks. There you go. And then we'll do a Sharon Osbourne on him. Basically, big business. How are you a successful businessman? You absolutely screw folk. What I mean? There's a point you can get. So he made OBL pickups in. I think I made in Germany. That's the ones that are in my Schecter. That's from 1986. And then obviously Gibson heard out about this and went, oh, all right, you're using right. Well, actually, we own your name, not just the name Bill Lawrence, your name. So you can't have anything that's got that on it. So what they did was they brought out their own OBL pickups. And it's like they weren't going to put them in the expensive Gibsons. They put them in the Epiphones. And they're absolutely nothing to do with any of Bill Lawrence's design. So it's got his name on it. It's nothing to do with him. Bill Lawrence designed his own. They've got like different types of magnets, and as a wee bit of a pioneer type thing where it's like you're doing things that no one else has done. And then so basically they just put them into Epiphones, the cheap ones at the time. I know, Mr. White, your one does actually look really good. I think did you say it was 85? I think it should be 95. But the serial number start with S for Samick, probably. But I thought the one you had when originally in your thumbnail you're holding it like that, and I looked at it, it was like pure. Oh my god, that's pure huge! I thought it was much bigger. I remember them being a really small guitar when I saw them hanging in the shop. Never played one, but saw them hanging in the shop. And then it was like when you sit down, it was like pure. All right, okay, you're holding it closer to the camera. But even then, it didn't look that small. No, that's a very pretty guitar. I think it's always going to be a bit of a bargain because it's not a Les Paul. I don't know if anyone famous ever used one. Kind of like this whole modern thing, which I mean, so many folk tried to do it. You know, it's like you've got your Gibson, you've got your Fender, so put something in the middle. You know, PRS were the first to do that. What the fuck? Look at the Washburn Wings and stuff like that. You know, like with their 25-inch scale and their coil splits and all that, and Mockingbirds. And there's so many people. It seems to be these two extremes of like a Les Paul and a Stratocaster, and it does both. It's in the middle. Even you could argue something like this. Okay, this has got P90s in it, but that kind of bizarre. Yeah. So that's the OBL thing. But I tried typing that into the comment, and it was like pure red flagged all the way through. It took out any mention of Bill Lawrence. I don't think they want you to know that because Gibson are a big, nice company. They're not a horrible, ruthless corporation screwing people. Honestly, now there's my demonetization this week. Right, hold on, try and catch up. That was me talking a wee bit too much. I'm drinking this Bucky too fast. I'm going to have to go into the Scott stuff. A lot of Japanese guitars are similar. I bought a Nadine Special bass. I've never heard of Nadine Special. I suppose it depends where you are. Hey, X-Paps! You proofreading my comments? I'm not proofreading anything. I'm sorry. I'm drinking. I put a disclaimer in Scottish law. You can get away with anything. It's like if you made a contract, but you can prove that you were pissed, it's void. So that goes here, and I'm in Scotland, so that's counts. I Love Sabbath was blaring out some deal yesterday. I love all that stuff. I think I brought Black Sabbath Tur. Not sure, but Tur. I don't know. I always thought that had a really cool cover, but I wasn't really that impressed when I listened to it. I do like. I was very against, the shiny music that was about in the 80s. I grew to like it, but when I was a kid, when I was up to 10, 15 years ago, I didn't like that, the clean guitar sound, which is tons of chorus on it and all that, because all the bands I liked, when it got to the 80s, they tried to compete with Duran Duran and stuff. Always liked Duran Duran, but I don't want to hear Black Sabbath sounding like that, or AC/DC kind of did it, but they got kind of away with it. All these bands that are kind of going, oh, we've got the new sound, and it's like, yeah, sort of hair metal or something. So it kind of put me off. I think Tear kind of sits in there a little bit. But I mean, me and my pal did a couple of years ago listen to all of the Black Sabbath albums in order over a couple of Wednesdays where we used to have a Bucky night on a Wednesday. You'd listen to all of them, and none of them are pure shit. Or the ones I had. I've got all of them up to, I think Tear might be the last one. I think there's a couple I don't have. I don't have Cross Purposes or Dehumanizer. I think that might be, and Forbidden. I remember Forbidden being the current album, the first guitar magazine I ever bought had Tony Iommi in the front cover when I was working in Greenock. I remember that, and it had one of the tracks of Forbidden was on the sampler CD that came on the front. Yeah. Sorry, I'll just try and catch up now a little bit and maybe go off the Bucky. Kind of feel myself getting a bit charged up. Oh. Velvet Brick wasn't on Joan Jett. It could be. They were in a guitar called a Sonex, which I've actually done a review of. My pal Craig's got one. It's kind of like I think it's American, but it's like a budgety one. I think it's got a fiberglass body and it's a bolt-on neck, and it's not a real Les Paul, but I mean it's fucking just as good. It's 95. Yes, I thought that, Mr. White, because I've got it kind of looks like my Epiphone SG. And I remember them being in the shop. They were about, from memory, about 350 quid, because my SG was about 250 quid at the time, and I 240 quid in the good guitar shop. But the horrible guitar shop, which I pure hated, the wee bastard that worked in it, he was a pure dick and didn't want to give him money. It was 215, and I just didn't have the extra 30 quid or whatever it was 2 weeks of going out at the weekend, which I wasn't willing to give up. It was, bottle of Bucky, bottle of Mad Dog, and some weed and fags. You know what I mean? But so I didn't have that option with my birthday money or whatever it was, however I saved up for it. Yeah. Was it Schecter Monster Tone pickups? No, no. This is a different. I do actually have a set of Schecter Monster Tone. They were actually made by Schecter, but Schecter. Another bit of story here. Schecter, David Schecter, owned the company, and they were originally a parts company making licensed parts for Fenders. That's why they had the Fender headstocks, and basically you could buy any replacement parts for any of your guitars out of made by Schecter, but upgraded bits. So they were the first to make like high mass Telecaster bridges with 6 saddles. You know, the maple, the fancy wood necks, basically everything. So basically, they could any Fender you had, you could buy any replacement part for it, better made by Schecter, much more expensive, twice the price, obviously, but you know, better pickup, everything. They made the whole lot. One of the parts of the deal was that you know, obviously you can't make guitars, so the Schecters that I've got 4 of them were made of. You couldn't actually, they weren't allowed to sell guitars, but you could sell you all the bits, and the shops individually built the guitars out all the parts. They sold all the parts, but they got the guys in the shop to assemble them. Mine was assembled by is it Rudy Pensa, Sir, and Tom Anderson all worked in that shop assembling Schecter parts to make guitars. So basically, no two are ever the same, or they might be, but I've never seen one the same as any of mine. You know, it's like you might get one that's, you know, it's the same body, but it's a different coloured neck. They just built them all differently because they had, you know, they had maybe about 10 P-bass necks, all made a different widths and different stuff like that. PV guitars, the American PV guitars, yes, but that's different. Are you 70 bassist? Are you in America? Because if you are, then yeah, totally buy PV guitars. Over here, we didn't really get them because obviously one of the reasons they kept the price, they made sort of not budget, but they were cheaper because they were built in the same country you're buying them in, whereas we're importing them. So we could either import PV guitars or import Japanese guitars coming in with the same amount of levels on it, and the Japanese ones are cheaper or better, basically. But whereas you PV were competing with the Japanese guitars in America, whereas you were looking at a $200 PV compared to get the same level would be $300 to get a Japanese guitar, whereas here we're the same price because we had to import them both. But yes, I've never the chat's getting away from me. Chandler used to do Parks guitars also. Yes, Chandler. I've got a Chandler one. I've got a Chandler P-bass. They were the place in Britain that sold Schecter parts and assembled them. I think they made Pete Townsend's one as well. You can tell by the serial number starts CS. For don't know, Chandler Schecter, whatever it is. Yes, there. PV Mystic. Oh, is the Mystic one of those? One of the crazy shaped ones. You get ones that are pure mad, pointy, really cool looking ones though. In the days of brass fittings, wonder what happened to Phil Lynott's 50 style Schecter. That's right. It's a song I really like. Is it Killer on the Loose? No, what's it? It's from Chinatown. It might be the song Chinatown, where they've basically must have had a wee visit from Schecter. So I think if they're not even, I think Scott Gorham's playing a Schecter Strat. He's playing a Strat. It's like obviously it's got the fucking monster tone pickups in it, so it does a Les Paul sound better than a Les Paul does easily. Confirmed with an alternative. Malcolm likes Duran Duran. I do. The bass player, he plays an Aria Pro 2, an SB 1500. Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, when I say I like Duran Duran, Rio's obviously excellent, and I think I remember that being on Top of the Pops. I'm always kind of liking it. And obviously they did the Dance into the Fire from the James Bond film, which obviously is awesome. And I don't know if you've ever seen the video for it. It's really, really fucking cheesy. From A View to a Kill. I'm just going to stop for a fag. I've sellotaped this on, so hopefully I can move this without it disconnecting. Can you still hear me? Yes, no, the video for I think it's actually called A View to a Kill is super, super cheesy. And it's got Simon Le Bon with his he's wearing a beret and a trench coat, and he's like, yeah, the name's Bon, Simon Le Bon. And he's like, God. And there's a really, really bad, I'm not going to say CGI because that sounds like it might be quite good. like a sort of floating 80s image of a camera that's following them about, and it's kind of, they're on the Eiffel Tower, I think, the bit when they've got Grace Jones. It's kind of cut into bits of the film. Oh, it's awful. Good fun. But no, you get ones that are good. I'm not. I just. I think actually a guy. I hope he's not on just now talking about how absolutely amazing his Epiphone Les Paul is. It's the Koa one, and it's got braided wire just like the Gibson. And you're like, I didn't what to say. Look, yeah, totally. I mean, the problem is they've not tried a Washburn Falcon, which you could probably get for the same amount of money, and it's better than a Gibson Les Paul. Not. Oh, it's almost as good. It's got the same braided wire. It doesn't make fucking any difference to the sound at all. That's a Harley Bentonism. Where you go, oh, we'll put braided wire on it. That'll make it worth more money. I mean, how much more does braided wire cost? Well, it's a bit of a shit. It's a bit shit braided wire. You know, it's like it's not as good as actual normal rubber coated wire, PVC wire, because they didn't have PVC wire when they originally made it. But the original ones have it. What a crap. Feel so dirty. No, I mean, fair enough. To be honest, Mr. White, as soon as about 2 seconds into your video, I thought, or maybe a couple of minutes into your video, I saw it. I was like, up here, that actually looks really good. It really does, and I really like the guitar. Then you started playing it. I thought, all right, sorry, I'm evil. But you were. I noticed that. I recognise the tune. lying in the tarp. Just wake up and the tarp stuck to the side of your face. Yes. Yeah. I used to try play Rio and Mold RASB. It's a given. That's fine. I actually worked out how to play it because one of the people we were meant to be meeting at the campsite down at Download, her name is Rio. But I met her at one point. She got fucking did put in another campsite. It was apparently shit. She was complaining about it, and she was going to go and have a fight. And this is at the start of the weekend, and I had like a Coke bottle with Bucky, and it's like, oh man, it's like, you're not happy about it. It's like, no, it's fucking raging. I was like, up here, right, big swig of this, and she's like, was it Bucky? Like, remembered from 2 years ago, like, yeah. I was like, passed it around her palms, like, take it hard, and then she went, right. And I worked it out so I could, because I was going to sing it when she turned up, but I didn't have the bass on me at the time because we weren't actually at the tent. I do like Arjun are quite good. Simon is a knob. What is funny, was it Live Earth or Live Aid with Simon Le Bon? It was some live TV show or some live concert thing, and they're doing the Dance into the Fire, or whatever it's called, not the Living Daylights. That's Aha, but and it's like the bit where he comes in, he kind of basically instead of going, sorry, fatal kiss is what you need. He goes, fatal kiss is, and it's really fucking loud and really bad. I don't think you'll probably get it on. Grace Jones would get it, really. I heard a really bad thing about Grace Jones, so I don't like her. My pal used to run Sam used to run I'm sure he still was at the Sun Garden, the Chinese karaoke place in Lindsay. One of his pals, she was at the Marriott Hotel. No, what's the hotel next to the Hydro? Because she was doing something there, and this pal was a waiter. So I was up here, yes, and so what would you like? And she kind of talked to his assistant and said, "I'll have the steak." I was up here. And her assistant went, yes, I'll have the steak. Like, would you like it well done or thingy? And she talked to her assistant and said, I want it well done. And then the assistant went, yeah, she would like it well done. And like, fucking bitch. Because she wouldn't talk to the waiter. I don't talk to waiters. I've got servants for that. So fuck her. I don't see any reason why they would lie. I mean, maybe that's not true. Maybe she's lovely. I mean, she's quite funny and she's quite black and shiny. I mean, some of her album covers are quite provocative. She kind of looks like a brass statue, actually. Braided wire for greater tone and sustain, exactly. Braided hair for more volume. John Taylor is a brilliant. Grace Jones would do. Yeah. There would be a definite amount of fear. It's really, really fucking I know James Bond's not serious, right? And it's a little bit ridiculous, but one of the most ridiculous, and that could never happen things, is like a 55-year-old Roger Moore with Grace Jones. There's no way he's surviving that. There's no way he, like, you know, I think there might even be a bit of a sex scene in it, sort of. But I mean, it's just like, I mean, Jesus, I mean, she could totally just snap my arms off. I'm totally sure of it. She'd beat like Russell Harty. I don't know who Russell Harty is. I don't think I'm old enough. I'd climb that grace cow like a tree. Well, I don't know about now, but yeah. No, I'm very pretty. I was going to say she's good. She's in Living Daylights. She's not Living Daylights, View to a Kill, and she's good in that. She's also in Conan the Destroyer, which is a very difficult film to watch because Conan the Barbarian is fucking amazing. So you go, right, there's a second one, watch that, and it's like, oh no, what have they done to it? Oh, it's like watching, you know, I watched the first few Star Wars films. You know, I watched Star Wars and Return of the Empire Strikes Back. Oh, what's this Last Jedi? I watched that. It's like that. You're like, oh God, what have they done? No, they're terrible. Oh, maybe she did hit Russell Party, and I think I know who he is. Hey Ben, how's it going? I'm well. I hope you're all well as well. Yes, I think I'll be honest. I have seen I've seen clips of that. Best Bond theme was Living Let Die. Best. That's one of those. What's my favorite song of all time? The best song ever written. It might be Living Let Die. I can't just now think of what the other best songs ever written are, but Living Let Die is a definite top 5 of the greatest songs ever written. No, the best song ever written is Something to the Universe, but Living Let Die is in that top 3. Oh, Man with the Golden Gun is fucking awesome as well. Lulu. I've heard stories about her from Scott as well, because he was working as a sound guy on one of her tours or something like that. And Lulu is absolutely lovely and exactly what you think she's going to be, apparently. So that's the difference there. No, he has a powerful weapon. See the guitar in that? Fucking great. That's an amazing film. I love that film. Christopher Lee in it as well. Yeah. I wish I could. When you were young and your heart was an open book. Sorry, both pickups. You used to say, live and let live. You know you did, you know you did, you know you did. And if there's ever a changing world in which we live in, make sure give it a cry. So live and let heart chords. It's fucking stupid piano chords. I can't remember what they are. It's great. The only pension I go to dinner with, I'd probably still bone Lulu, to be honest. Yeah. Best song, Children of the Grave. But Symptom of the Universe has more to it. I mean, I love playing. One of my favourite songs to play is Children of the Grave. It's fucking great. The subject matter's brilliant. But Symptom of the Universe has the... It's got that, and then it's got the bit woman, child of that bit at the end as well. So it does it for me. Supernaut Into the Void's fucking great fun as well. Actually, someone posted on, I think it was the Black Sabbath, the Facebook page, they'd bought the original copy of Master of Reality from America, and it was like, check these song titles, and it was Children Into the Void starts off with, oh fuck off, what's it called? It's got a great name, you know, has got a great name because in America they didn't, or the American record label thought, this album's only got 6 songs on it, right? Well, we'll chop it up. So they put I always remember Sleeping Village has got a bit in it called Little Bit of Finger. Under the Sun it's Under the Sun / Every Day Just Comes and Goes, and it's exactly the same song. It's just that they they chopped it up to make it look like there was more songs in the records, because I don't know, there was something to do with having, you got more money or you get higher royalties if it had 10 songs on it than if it had 6. And Children of the Grave, I think it's got a start as well, but at the end it's got The Haunting for 20 seconds, which to be honest, I'd never even really heard before. The bit where it goes, Children of the Grave, Children of the Grave. That bit is a separate song on the American album. I was listening to that the other day, actually, and it was like, and I heard the squeeze box, the Children of the Grave. Did you know that was there? The accordion. It's so there. It's ridiculous. It's like once you hear it, you're like, fucking hell, it's got a... There is. I remember Rob, the drummer from After the End, so the ex-drummer, unfortunately. Miss you, Rob. He said, there's a squeeze box, an accordion in it. Like, what? Fuck, what? And in Children of the Grave, it's fucking loud as hell. It's totally, there's an accordion in it. Man, I'm playing along, Living Like Tonewood. It's just, I wish that's the thing about Living Like Die. It's like, but it's amazing when it goes in. It's got the reggae bit in it. That's, again, like the Symptom of the Universe, because it's got different bits in it. It's got the, what does it matter to you? Well, it's not that chord, so it must be, what does it matter to you? When you got a job to do, you gotta... I need to work out. I'll be able to play it now. It's been about 20 years since actually, I think I had to look up the chords. One of those ones I could never work out. And it always pissed me off with one of the first Guns N' Roses songs I ever heard was their cover of Living Like Die, which, to be fair, see when it gets to the da-da-dun, da-da-dun, da-dun, it's great. But I was like, this Guns N' Roses, Living Like Die, I like that song. I was like, listen to that, and it's like pure, yeah. It was like, fuck, no. Oh, God, what have you done to it? No. I don't like that. Californication's good as well, yeah. I remember AC/DC albums had tracks missing. Yeah, the slightly different order. Powerage, the UK version of Powerage is better than the one you get on CD because it's got Cold Hearted Man on it. I think that's something to do with singles. Same with the Stones albums, not the same as well. The Beatles albums, because singles were a major part of over here. So if like things like Jumpin' Jack Flash and Revolution by the Beatles and all that aren't on albums because that was a single, and then the album came out at the same time, so you bought the album and the single, and you would have the album plus the 2 extra songs that were on the single. It's like, why would you bother putting out a song that's on the album? Surely people just buy the album then. So yeah, it makes sense. Have you ever counted? I did, Clive. Yeah, I'm not telling you how many though. I made a database probably about a year ago, just in case anyone ever if they all get stolen. I've got all the serial numbers and all that put in there, and I couldn't believe how many Japanese guitars I've got. It's ridiculous. I assumed that half of them are Japanese. They're all Japanese. Those are the ones I kept. So you get ones. It's that's a really good guitar. I would do it. We'll buy it, as opposed to it's a really good guitar. Can I buy that? You've got to give me what it's worth as a guitar, not what it sells, what it would sell for on eBay. I mean, if you were going to offer me 600 quid for this, on you go. That's how much it should cost. It's not how much it costs, though. But chucking. I'm swapping my Yamaha BB614 for 2 air guns to take up less space. Well, there you go. Led Zeppelin never did a single. Actually bought their first single when it came out. The first single Led Zeppelin ever released officially. They did have the radio singles, promotional copies. Never actually. The first single they ever released was I can't even remember what song it is now. It's worth tons of money. It was worth tons of money 15 years ago. Last time I looked it up on eBay. It's the B side. It's got the two. It's a CD single, but the B sides are Traveling Riverside Blues and the other one that are only on the remasters box set. So you spend however much it costs to get the 4 CD box set, £100, whatever it was, to get 2 unreleased songs. Whereas the single, it might be Whole Lot of Love actually, or Stairway to Heaven, one of those two. But it's got that on it. That was a clever idea, just not doing singles, because their view was like, well, thing is, if people want to hear A Whole Lot of Love, it's obviously it's going to be a massive hit. Don't release it as a single. It means that everyone will just have to buy the album, and then everyone bought the album. that's how the record sales were pure through the roof. You know, it's like, well, one of the reasons. It's like, you know, the Beatles would release Hey My My was a song I'd never heard. It's so good. I don't remember that one. That I don't think's on that single. And I was aware that is the other song. There was two. I think Hey My My's actually, was it not that it was the B-side to Immigrant Song or something in America or something like that. I can't remember what that one goes like. It's a Led Zeppelin 3 song, isn't it? I don't think it came out at the time of Led Zeppelin 3. I think it was you know, in the 90s or something like that, when they were doing the remasters box set or something like that. That's when it first got released. And Traveling Riverside Blues was alive on the BBC. There used to be a thing where Radio 1 could only play a certain amount of singles for a certain amount of time, but you could go on and do a live thing, which meant you could get like a half hour of your band, but that didn't count as pop music because it was live, so it counted as something else. Lots of bands did that, you know, the John Peel shows and stuff like that. Was because Radio 1 could only play a certain percentage of the day playing singles or records, whereas they had to have a certain amount of talking and a certain, but the live broadcast cost count as something else. So a lot of people went into the studio and recorded stuff. No, it's not on an album. No, when I say album, I'm calling an album, you know, the first albums. It doesn't really count if it's the box set or something. That's not an album. You know, something. I think the more I think about it, the more I think Noel Gallagher was just being funny when he's like, "What's the best Beatles album?" He's like, "I think the blue one." You're like, "Here." At the time, I was outraged. Fucking album! It's a compilation. It's the greatest hits. Bastard. But I mean, I think he knew that fine well. Led Zeppelin came out when they transitioned from AM radio to FM. AM was for pop singles and FM was going to be album orientated rock. I never knew. Is AOR album or American? It's you know, it's I never knew that it was AOR's album orientated rock. I know like the Eagles were one of the class ones, and you know, things that I know things that are AOR, but I could never knew whether it was American orientated or album orientated. So there you go. It's quite bluesy. I don't know. Then the billboards went to FM, better sound quality. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. You still even get an AM radio? I mean, the radio in my car shit. When I was driving down to download, it was like, fair enough. I'm going, once you get past Glasgow, there's not, you get fuck all radio stations. You're in the middle of nowhere. Down to Carlisle, then you're back into a sort of civilized bit, then you're back over the Pennines. So there's tons of bits where you're not really near any towns. You're just going through mountains and rain and dampness, even in England. I'm getting interested. 71, Zepp signed over the rights to 2 different record companies, allowing any song they made to be released as a single as long as it was played in radio station for a pre-agreed number of times. Right, I didn't know that. I've seen Led Zeppelin singles at record fairs, but never in, you know, like in shops in the bags of singles. Not that I've looked at singles for 20 years. Attempted Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You. That was one of the first. The thing is that I don't know if it really dawned on me at the time, but that was when, within the first 6 months of playing the guitar, I worked out to see that watching someone else play it and went home and played it. I mean, I bet you I can still play it. That's the difference. See the shit that I learned out of books or out of guitar magazines. After, as soon as I've done it, gone. Whereas when you actually worked it out yourself, so. What? Why can I still remember how to play that? It gets heavy. It's like. Yeah. So basically, that's it. Why you learn things by watching someone or working it out in your head rather than trying to read it from a book. And it was later on after that. I remember working out "Fearless" by Pink Floyd. I was like going into my pal's house. You know, I had my acoustic. I just bought my acoustic, so I've been playing for 6 months. I bought a Yamaha acoustic, which I still got. And I was like, yeah, I think it's just. Just to climb. That sort of thing. And my pals like that. I was happy. Yeah, I don't think it's right, but it sounded a bit like it. It's like, that's fucking right. Where did you get that? I was like, I just played along with the record. It just so happened it's easy chords, but then you started. This is when it sort of dawned on me. Hold on. When you're looking up the Led Zeppelin book and it shows you different bits for the first verse and the second verse, both verses are the same. It's just that some of them are, it's like he's not playing exactly the same picking, or he's maybe missing out bits, or it's getting a bit heavier. It's not a different bit. It's still just A minor and G for the chords. And I realised you could play whole songs with only, you could learn the verse and the chorus, and you could play the whole song apart from the solo, rather than going around. I can play verse 1 and the first chorus, and then the next one's different, and then all that. My first Japanese guitar was a 79 ST100. I don't know what an ST100 is. Could be anything really. It could be a Strat. I don't have any of those. I don't really know. Ibanez were never cheap, really, for me, because Ibanez, but by the time I started playing the guitar, you already had, the gems were out, and it was RGs, and it was for the Satrianis and the Shredders and stuff. So they were a well-established brand, not really. They were next to the Fenders and Gibsons. You were either into the Fenders and Gibsons or you were into, the shreddy stuff, which basically, let's be honest, are better guitars. I mean, fuck it, an Ibanez gem is better than a Strat or a Gibson. It's better. So they were never cheap. It was very rare to see. Although I did have an Ibanez Rickenbacker bass, or a 401 copy that was fucking awful. But I didn't know how to set up guitars back in the day. I didn't realize they were adjustable. I thought you played a guitar and it was good. That's great. Or you played a guitar and it was shit. I didn't realize there was things that you could adjust to make it better. That's why my first bass was a West Tone, and I thought it was fucking awful. It's just because the strings were on it when I bought it. If the strings were, that'd be about 95, so the strings were 10 years. The original strings were on it. It was manky, and the truss rod would need adjusted and all that stuff. I just thought it was shit. Hated it. It was pure dead sounding because the strings were the original fucking strings and all that. And then I bought the Aria ZZB, the one that I bought back, and it was great. And I was like, I traded it in and I got half the money for an Epiphone EBO, and I was so over the moon got my Epiphone EBO, and it wasn't until now. I mean, Epiphone EBOs are just shite. The early ones are especially shite, but they're not even the new ones. It's not a good bass. It's totally. Oh, I'm thinking of buying my first bass. I'm going to buy an Epiphone EBO. Don't do that. They're terrible. Oh, there's a principle in it. I've got a 68 Gibson EBO, which it does a thing, but it's still a shit bass. It does a thing though. I mean, if you're playing free, that's bump, 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 you totally does that brilliantly. Don't do anything else though. You've got to modify. You've got to be good at the bass and willingly use it in a different way. If you're playing an EBO, it's not like a normal bass. You just can't use it. I've bought an EBO. I like Iron Maiden. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't play Iron Maiden on an EBO. It's like you can play the notes, but it doesn't sound anything fucking like it. I'm just gonna. In the olden days before streaming, Stairway was the first song to get 100 million plays on the radio. There you go. Pandas are known for their top quality radios. Yeah, it's not even the radio from that one. It's the radio from the other one. That's why I bought another Panda and stole bits off it because I really liked it, and the fact that I knew that it took the big Marshall bass amp and shit like that. So I bought a Panda. It's things like the radio. I think the knob was missing. There's lots of bits kind of missing off it. Like a wee bit off the door handle and a bit off the wing mirror and all that shit. And I was like, they just fucking came off the old car, so I bought one the same. Great idea that was. Spike the likes, please. You can, you could. Be awesome. My first bass was a Marlin. I hated it. I understand that. I did actually play a Marlin P bass at a gig in the Clutha Vaults. It was like an acoustic jam thing, or more of a sort of band jam thing. And it was actually a really pretty good P bass. But Marlin are terrible. They're not recommended. The only thing I can say about Marlon is, thankfully, they've kind of disappeared. You don't see them very often. The thing is, I keep seeing them once every 6 months. You see when I go, oh, that looks fucking excellent. You go, it's a Marlon Sidewinder. Ah! Because they've got like, it's like a strap, but instead of it's got, so it's an HSS sort of thing, but the single coil on the neck's at an angle, which looks cool. And they look good. But then you remember, it's like the bridge made of Weetabix. They're just terrible. I used to think you were a guy that liked older metal stuff. Well, no, not particularly. I mean, heavy metal. I liked Black Sabbath before I knew it was heavy metal. I remember having getting a shot of an AC/DC book, and it said this is the one of the world's biggest heavy metal bands, and I was like, AC/DC, they're heavy metal, are they? It's like, I just saw them as blues, which I still do. I mean, heavy metal is just such a wide thing; it doesn't really make any difference. Remember going to the guitar show in London, bought Steve Harris strings, which were way too big a gauge, and we met Murzel from Waterhead. Sounds fucking great. Oh my god, that's earthy. 6.7% though for Old Scott. Anderton did review of short scale basses. The EP will be spent about 30 seconds on and moved it on like dog shit. They're terrible, but that's the thing. It's not the 30-inch scale basses because I've got a Music Master. I've got the wee fucking red bass, which the wee red bass has now been upgraded like fuck. I'm going to change the pots just because I have to. So now, look at the headstock. I got it painted. I even got Jen to make an M on it. I wish I'd got to two M's on it. It's only just one M for me. But Black Tuners, you know what they're from? Westone Tuners. Bridge. Chunky from that Yamaha. It's no longer got, it's just got a normal bridge now, and Washburn pickups. So basically, just the body and the neck. But this is so much better than any Epiphone EBO. Miles better. So it's not the 30-inch scale that makes an EBO shit. I think it might be the pickup. I'm not sure. But I'm going to take that to the studio. I'm going to try and play that at the gig we've got next week. As we were 60 budget, went and bought a Fender Katana. I fucking saw one of them for sale in Kilsyth, which is about 10 minutes away. And I was up here, oh, I'll totally buy this. It was 50 fucking quid for the bass. And then I was up here, oh, someone's coming. I was like, see, it was a guy called Buster. Call him a bastard for me. And it's like, obviously, when he turned up, I was up here, a guy called Malcolm. You Buster? And Buster's like, aye, I was up here. Aye, Malcolm says you're a bastard. Yeah, so he bought it. But I mean, the Westone Thunder 1A hated the active stuff on it. The Westone, I don't really appreciate the active stuff on the 1A, but it's the same as the one. So if you don't turn the active stuff on, it's just the same as the one without it. They're not active pickups. They're active. It's an active boost circuit. So I mean, it really does very little. Considering you're putting in a big, massive circuit board that's really complex, that runs on 2 9-volt batteries that runs down really quickly, it doesn't do very much. It's a bit of a boost. You know, nowadays you can get that on a wee tiny chip, and the battery will last for 90 million years, kind of thing. That does the same thing. So I wouldn't bother with it. AC/DC is not metal. I don't even know if I would call it hard rock. I don't think the EB3 is quite as short a scale. I think it's 32-inch, not 30. But I mean, they were really expensive, the EB3s, and they're all right. But you put an Artec mudbucker in it, that might make a difference. Maybe it's something to do with the pickup. AC/DC is AC/DC. Nobody liked them. I agree with that to the point of nobody liked them at the time, but a lot of people copy them. They're very, very copied. Airborne, remember them? They're good, but there's lots of ones. When I went down to Hard Rock Hell last year, there's a few other guys there that I went down with I didn't know, and they were playing modern music, and it was amazing how much of it was basically, like a 2-year-old album that just sounded like AC/DC. Not as good as AC/DC, but it was very, very AC/DC-ish. Guns N' Roses ain't metal. Hard rock, Aerosmith, hard rock, Boston, Kansas, Rush, Loverboy Mountain. Don't know Loverboy. I suppose hard rock, they're just rock. Not a huge fan of uh, Guns N' Roses. I'll be honest. Actually, the gig we're playing in next weekend. Oh no, Saturday night. I'll be fine. I'll tell you all about it. Actually, if you look at that poster, if you've got a higher definition than my camera is, it's after the end in Guns N' Rosie. It's basically that band, or it's the same singer, a girl, and the same guy playing Slash. But I don't know who else is in the band. I think it's really annoying about that is though there was two folk in the band I really got on with. They were brand new. Ian Arbuckle, the drummer, he was cool as fuck. Gave me a drink as Bucky playing the drums, and the guitarist wearing a vest and a flying V, he was cool as fuck as well. The other two, nah, I didn't. They were the bass player was brand new as well, but I don't think any of them are still in the band. So all the folk I liked in the band, not that I didn't like the guitarist or the singer, I just didn't really talk to them. But I liked the other. None of them are in it anymore. America invented rock and roll. Which is rock. Maybe, yeah. Bottle of 43, some kind of Spanish whiskey. Yeah, go for it. Drink the Spanish whiskey. AC/DC is Australian folk music. Okay. I worked out when I was gigging, I could run any active bases through my Boss compressor and control them via that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really that bothered with the active thing. I like it better on a bass than I do on a guitar, but it's one of those things. It's like, see, if you had a switch that all it did was turn the volume from 9 to 10, it sounds better when you turn the volume up. You know, an amp, your hi-fi. So I listen to hi-fi, it's like, people listen to the Sabbath song, go, oh, make it sound better, turn it up one notch. Oh, it sounds better. Of course it does, because it's louder. But that's not, then it may be too loud. I kind of feel a wee bit that way with the bass. There is, obviously you can EQ it, but the thing is, you get EQ in your amp or your pedals, so you can do it there anyway. I suppose it gives you more range. I'm not very rangy bass player. I like a P bass. I'm quite happy just having a volume and a tone. And it's only since I joined the Sabbath band I used the tone. It was up full the whole time I was in every other band before that. It was like, oh, turn it down. Oh. Malcolm from AC/DC was a real talent. Yeah. Well, it's when you yes, because the thing is, you notice there, if you try and play Angus's stuff, it's actually much easier than Malcolm's stuff. Malcolm's stuff is it's amazing. You know, like what's the one? And there's AC. Was it Jailbreak? He didn't really use that much distortion. I'll turn off the reverb and put on. Fucking great. We're all old farts talking about rock bands from the 80s. I at least have the excuse of not being there. I didn't know music in the 80s at all. Like I said, I admitted last week, the first album I ever bought was Michael Jackson Bad on cassette, and then the second album I ever bought was Kylie Minogue's first album. I didn't listen to music, and then I just listened to the Beach Boys and the Shadows and Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms, and Rainbow Greatest Hits, because my dad demolished a restaurant, and there was a box of tapes that came in it, and those and Talking Heads, Little Creatures. Those 3 tapes were in this box of. That must have been behind the bar or something like one of those plastic. Kind of looks like the box you get microphones in now, but it took cassettes. One of them, and it was like those. They weren't even original tapes; they were copies. But those were the ones I listened to, and I couldn't understand how people were listening to. What was it big at the time? In Excess and Guns N' Roses and all that. And it's like pure. Oh, listen to this guitar solo, and it was like Slash is pure amazing. And I was like, pure, I don't really get it because I didn't know at the time. But I'm fucking listening to Richie Blackmore, and it's like, I'm sorry, Richie Blackmore versus Slash. No, that's like this versus an Epiphone. It's like it's not. No, there's not. They're not. They're not. There's no argument in there. It's a different thing. Slash is now doing ads for insurance and mobile phones. I don't know. Fat Slash. I don't know. I would play rhythm guitar if I could. The Unsung Hero. Yeah. Punk died when John Lennon had. John Lennon is an absolute cunt, really. I thought he was quite funny sometimes, but I mean, when he talked about the word that I can't mention because I'll get demonetized immediately. Not that I make any money. I'm making £30 a month off eBay just now, of doing all these videos. £30 a month. So every 2 months, if I'm lucky, I get 50 quid because they take YouTube taxes it. So it's kind of not worth it. That album is great. Or the one that it's not on, but they recorded at the same time. Ball Breaker. AC/DC, fucking great. I was there. I loved Saxon. Yes. I wonder why would you be embarrassed about loving Saxon? But yeah, and as soon as I heard Saxon, it was like, fucking yes. Because the whole Nawabum thing I didn't think was good until 747 Strangers in the Night. And it's like, that's fucking great. How come people, what's this? You know, later on. And I do remember liking Run to the Hills and Number of the Beast, but not really getting any. The album, people will fucking hate me for this, but I bought the album Number of the Beast. And I didn't, the rest of the songs on the album didn't do anything for me. So I just figured they were one of those one-hit wondery type bands. It's like, look at, well, two-hit wonder, Number of the Beast, and the rest of it never really did. And maybe I'd like it now. I probably know the songs now, but it wasn't until I heard Power Slave, and it was like, all these songs are good. Wow. Which is what happens in a Sabbath band, Sabbath album. Oh. Slash's leads were very melodic. Yeah, I mean, he is playing. It's the same thing. I suppose you could argue with Oasis as well. It's like people would maybe listen to music because they thought they were cool, and then through that they would hear the Beatles and then listen to real music. Same with Slash. You'd go up here, oh look, he's actually playing proper lead guitar. I mean, I wasn't there for the hair metal thing, but all your Poison and Motley Crue and stuff. It's not really. I mean, it's not on the level of Sabbath and Zeppelin and Deep Purple and all that. It's not. It still might be quite good, but it's not brilliant. The ladies like Guns N' Roses. That might be something to do with it as well. Metallica, not so much. Not a huge fan of fucking. Not a fan of Number of the Beast, Peace of Mind, and Power Slave drumming is awesome. I do like. Who's the Power Slave? It's no, that's Iron Maiden. It's the one with the big Egyptian. It's like an Egyptian type thing. It's got 2 minutes to midnight on it. What's the one I really like? Aces High. I don't know. Oh, born to fly. Fucking great. No, but check out Power Slave up on YouTube. It's fucking starts off brilliant and it stays up there all the way. It's a great album. Never really got Peace of Mind either. I bought that kind of later, and it's like it does have the Trooper on it, but again, the good songs on it are fucking great. But the rest of the album's kind of fillery a wee bit. Whereas I think when you get to Power Slave, Someplace in Time, the first album, not so much filler, fucking great all the way through, kind of thing. Do you ever love a song, then think, do I still like that song? Sort of. Yeah, maybe. But some songs you haven't heard for years and you listen to it and it's twice as good as the last time you heard it. It's one of those things that, see, when you enter into the world of playing the bass and the guitar as well to a lesser extent, but once you can play the bass, I mean, I was a massive Stones fan and a massive Sabbath fan before I even knew what a bass guitar was. not so much Sabbath because you can't really hear the bass because it's just it's everything. It's basically I can hear the lead guitar. Is the bass somewhere in the rest of the sound? And it's like the bass is the rest of the sound. Anything that isn't the lead guitar or the drums is the bass. So, but he's an amazing, like an orchestrating player, is what Geezer Butler is. But as soon as you start playing the bass, he's like, oh, that bit. And there's so many bits that I thought were just guitar and actually bass, and it's like, oh, it's bizarre. Old man told me years ago, appeal to the females, they'll bring the guys along eventually. Yeah, so you kind of put out cheesy, dancey nonsense, but you make it cleverly quite, there's something interesting to listen to behind it. Totally get it. I mean, that's the thing, it's like, something like, I don't know, your Donna Summers and stuff like that, and ABBA. ABBA's the classic one, isn't it? It's like pure ABBA. Oh, God, ABBA, pure cheesy, pure sing-along. You just picture fucking, middle-aged women all be going, and then you go, I don't know, listen to the bass and the drums and the guitar. It's fucking brilliant. They've snuck it in under the radar. It's like, here's the cheese to please the popular things, but what we're actually doing is this. Oh, proper music, interesting music, exciting music, because it is. Going to break out the Dio Rainbow in the Dark LP. I don't know if I know that one. I know the song. Ba, 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 ba. It's just a rainbow in the dark. Fucking awesome. Remember buying Motley Crue's Girls, Girls, Girls because I like the cover. I have, but I take it you're not English isn't your first language. I haven't music before. What is good about the music you take from? You like what you like. You're kind of forged by what it is you listen to beforehand. Depends where you start. Because when I always liked music, I just didn't know what any of it was. Actually, on a slight side quest here, at Download, the best music of the whole Download Festival was Metallica's intro tape, which was one of your, I can't remember if it's Enrico Morricone. Is he the director or the guy who does the music for The Good and the Bad and the Ugly? It was that he played as an intro, and it was so fucking good. Actually, last night I looked up and Enrico Morricone, I can't remember what the other guy's name. The two of them went to school together. One of them did the music, one of them did the films. There's only about 6 of them, the spaghetti westerns, but the music for that, and it turns out it is actually from The Good and the Bad and the Ugly as well, but it's not it's not that one. The other one is just so fucking much better than any of the music that was at Download. And it's not metal. It doesn't matter who gives a fuck what kind of music it is. Music is music. I mean, for me, it was always listening to music from films. I was right into like Superman and John Williams stuff and the music from Krull, for fuck's sake, James Horner. Wow, that for me is still music. So when you hear me playing the guitar, yes, I can play bits of metal, but the thing in the music which touches my heart is not necessarily any distinct genre of music. I might like a band that's heavy metal, but not like the one next to it. It's got to be musically interesting. That's why I hate fucking Oasis so much, because there's no interest, there's no passion, there's no heart, there's no point. Whereas something like ABBA, okay, it's cheesy, whatever you don't, but listen to it. If you listen deeper, it's got layers and things, and there's a reason why that bit's uplifting. It's not just by chance. It's like, whoa, you know what I mean? It's amazing. Oh. Beat it. Yeah. Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? There's some good Michael Jackson riffs. Not going for his politics or anything like that, no, but there's some. He just hired really expensive stuff. We're here because of mutual love of Japanese guitars. Possibly, I don't know. I mean, I just love guitars. I do love other ones. It's just that my favourite is. It depends what it is you're into. I mean, I've got a big thing about just the actual build quality, the quality of the guitar. What it looks like is great. Now, I think this looks fucking wonderful. It's really exciting. They do have something which is not really their problem, but it's like this has I'd better buy it now, or I might never see another one vibe to it. So when I saw this on, Facebook Marketplace, it was like, I've never seen that before. It's an Aria Pro, so it ticks all the boxes. I kind of know you can't really say that about any other type of guitar. I saw made in Japan, 1983, and went, I know what it's going to be like, because at the time, round about that time in Japan, they were all fighting with each other, not like they are just now. They weren't fighting to make the most profit for a guitar. They were fighting to make the best guitar you could buy for £200, the best guitar you could get for £400. That's what they wanted to do. It wasn't like now. It's like pure, yeah, we're selling this guitar for £200. It cost 20. So to beat that, you've got to make it cost 15 and sell it for 200. Ha ha! Win. That's not how the Japanese did it. The Japanese did it. Here's our £200. Here's the West Tone Spectrum. Here's this. Here's the Ibanez Roadster. Here you go. Here's your guitars that are all sitting at £200, and they're fighting to make the best one they can for that, not trying to make the most money off it. It becomes very difficult. It's a niche Ponte. Are they Scatter on the guitar? I think so. But I mean, yeah, but Pontiac, you're the same. Once you get used to it, I mean, the number of people that would be repulsed by this, because they would look at it and go, but that's not a Les Paul or a Stratocaster or a Telecaster. What? It must be shit. Otherwise, I would know about it. Oh. Oh. Can hip hop be good music? I don't know any hip hop. Look at my sweaty armpits. Yes, it probably can be. I don't know. There's not really anything. There's no. I'm not going to knock any kind of music. Baby metal. One of my favorite band. System of a Down. Baby metal. That's the only bands that I really can think of in the last, since I was aware and able to buy music for myself, that really have done something else that I've been really impressed by. Obviously, there's plenty of bands from the 60s and 70s and some from the 80s that did that, but they seem to be their own thing. System of a Down and baby metal. They've got the musical interest thing in it, which I just don't get from a lot of things. Beastie Boys, well, there you go. Exactly. I saw the Beastie Boys live and they were fucking amazing. Didn't know any of the songs really. Sabotage. I knew a couple of songs, but they were fucking really good, and it was energy, and it was musically exciting and interesting. Maybe an element of that was seeing them doing it and realizing that, oh my god, that's live. It's not sitting there with a computer program, blah blah. Or there's a real talent in it. And it's all very intentional, and it's got bits where you calm down and bits where it builds up. It's very exciting. So I mean, yes, I'm not a huge Beastie Boys fan, but I mean they do have fucking some of it is amazing. In the right mood, they're brilliant. ABBA based the music in Bateman. When did R&B become not R&B? What you're talking the age old question, Ian, when I remember having the Who maximum R&B picture of Pete Townsend with the sort of Pac-Man shaped Rickenbacker silhouette picture. It was like maximum R&B. It's like, it's not really what R&B is. I just pulled the trigger on one of those Mosrite clones. Actually, I saw that I saw somebody playing one of them. Some guitar. The guy I think used to work for Harley Benton, but actually he's quite cool now. I don't know. I mean, it looks all right. I mean, the thing is, if you're mad into working on guitars, and it does look like something different. If you want a Mosrite shaped guitar, it's probably easier to buy a Harley Benton and make it work than it is to, build it from scratch. And you've got the headstock's the right shape, the body's the right shape, the pickups are all right. All you really need to do is strip it down and build it properly. So I mean, there's something in there. What music do you not like? Jazz boy bands. The thing with boy bands is my pal, when he got married, probably a few years ago now, and he was like, "Up here, oh god." So I've got to go to I've got to the Hydro to see a concert. I was like, "All right, who is it?" And it was it wasn't Take That. Was it Westlife or something? It was like, I'm going to drink 2 bottles of Bucky before I go in. It's fucking Westlife or Boyzone or some piss like that. It was like, I bet you it's fucking really good. It's like, what? It was like, I bet you it's fucking. I bet you they've got like a pure kick-ass session band with guitar solos, an amazing bass player, a brilliant drummer, and I bet you they play songs and stuff. And he's like, no, it's fucking Boy Zone or whatever it was. It's like, no, I bet you it's actually good, because it's that whole thing about get the women in. but you got to make the other people have something to see. It's the same principle with you like watching, like Toy Story, stuff like that, or basically any of the old, not the current, but the old Disney cartoons. There's lots of jokes in there that are really funny for grown-ups. There's obviously the fact that it's a talking teddy bear and all that is what the kids like, but there are subtle film references and shit for the adults, so that when the adults are dragged to go and see fucking Toy Story again, there's something for them to be interested in. That's kind of what the Boyzone thing we're doing. Or Westlife, I think it was Westlife, would that be right? Oh, that's what after it was, I was happy. Oh, the fucking bass player was fantastic. Did a bass solo when they played fucking, We Will Rock You, and they're playing Beatles songs and they were brilliant. The band were amazing. It's like, so I'm going for that. You want to be, that's what you want it to be. If you don't feel something when you hear it, it's probably not for you. Good point. Yes. Don't let anyone tell you what's good and what isn't. It's up to you. I've always liked things that were a bit ridiculous. I remember when I was maybe 15, and the group of pals I had from school all listened to Nirvana and all that. And they listened to U2, which I didn't really like, but it was like Nirvana were kind of all right, and a bit of the Beatles, and I was happy with that. It's fine. And my mum bought me some records from a charity, a jumbo sale, and it was Flash Gordon soundtrack. So I put that on. We're 15, drinking, put it on, and everyone's going, hey, listen to fucking Flash Gordon. And my pal Mo was like that, Flash! He saved everyone. And the two of us got it. Unbelievably uncool, liking Flash Gordon. And like 2 years later, the only one of those people I still hung about with was Mo, because that's the difference. It became, he was willing to just take it. I don't care what anyone thinks. I don't care if it's not cool. I love that. That's great. That's what matters. It doesn't matter whether they're fucking cool or not. No jazz, no Beatles. I like the Beatles. Don't listen to them very much, but they've got some great shit. The Beatles, definitely. Try to play real jazz song of music. The thing about jazz is Black Sabbath is jazz. A lot of it. I noticed there was the song I was playing with this. Except for some reason I left it on. I checked it to make sure the mic wasn't overloading with the bass. And I'm fucking playing jazz in that, the way Joe Naomi does in Sabbath. Sabbath, there's a lot of jazzy shit in there. It's not traditional jazz, or very jazz, but it's like, basically I make mistakes and then live with them. Sometimes you can't like what you like. I love Jimmy Dale's Crocodile Shoes. I probably did as well, to be honest. It was all right. Yes, no, that's fine. Just like what you like. So it's totally up to you. Don't let anyone tell you what's good. Yeah, work it out for yourself. Yeah. Used to like jazz mags and jazz cigarettes. Yeah. I don't know, but I mean, a lot of these things, it's like sometimes it can just get you. I remember, what do you call it? Is it Soul? Who's it did the Soul Man? Whoever that CD was, someone had it. It was like, that fucking song's great, and the rest of it was a total turd. I think it was the greatest hits of whoever did that, and I really like that song. It's really cheesy. It's got a great chorus and all that, and then the other songs were horrible. Whatever that was, I don't know. Public Enemy. I know there's a guy that's called is it Flavor Flav, who's got a clock on his chest. I don't know them. Never really interested me. That's just like what you like, and don't worry. Even though if you say you like something and I'll go, that's pure terrible. I hate you. I hate it. That doesn't matter. My opinion. It's your fucking opinion. You can like it apart from Oasis and U2 and what was the song the only thing that's ever got close, Return of the Mac. That song, fucking goddamn awful. I think it was on Top of the Pops every week for months. I fucking hated that. But all the other stuff, you're fine. The Blues Brothers, yeah. It's got the energy and stuff, and it's fun. U2 are gash. They did have a couple of songs that I didn't pure hate. And I like The Edge. I watched that Things Might Get Loud film, and The Edge is really funny. I like The Edge. He's cool as fuck. Public Enemy might be. I just don't know any of them. I bet you I do. It's one of those things you never know, because the thing is, you hear these things in films and all that. Danish Pete was in Westlife's band. or I don't know if he played with Bryan Adams. There's one, Bryan Adams. My pal wanted to go and see Bryan Adams. Like, really? He's got a song or two. I mean, I never really hated that Robin Hood song, and it's like Bryan Adams has 15 songs I know, and they're all fucking good. Bryan Adams is cool as fuck. I like him. Bryan Adams, cool guy. Partly to do with the fact on the greatest hits, it's like I bought the greatest hits CD because I was looking at it, that's a fucking Land Rover tire, because I had a Land Rover. I looked at it, I was up here, that's a fucking Land Rover tire. Instead of saying BF Goodrich written the white writing around the tire, it said Bryan Adams' greatest hits. I was like, I recognised the spokes. And I looked in the back, and it's him sitting on the bonnet of his Defender like that. There we go. And so I like Bryan Adams, but he played Air Road. Remember the Stray Cats? Oh, possibly. I don't know. What makes music great? These are quite deep questions, that now. But yes, it feels alive. It does it. It connects with you. Some things connect and some things don't. Bryan Adams' anti-style. Okay, yes. Give that. I think the reason Bryan Adams got a lot of hate was because he did a song, the one from the Kevin Costner Robin Hood film, which was at #1 in the UK for like 20 weeks or something like that. So it would be on Top of the Pops, which is the only outlet you could actually watch modern music on. You used to do a great thing on Top of the Pops where you had your TV, right? So you'd be watching it on your TV, but they put it on the radio at the same time. So you could have your hi-fi on, I mean, listening to it in stereo on the radio while watching it on TV. Like, so what good sound and the TV at the same time. Woo! People didn't do that, you know what I mean? But I mean, but I always liked Bryan Adams. He's cool as fuck. I always liked him. I always sort of liked him, and then when I went to see him, I really liked him. I thought he was great. The only thing that would put it down a wee bit was because it was the first gig of the tour, they did like a half-hour jam session playing old blues covers, rock and roll songs, which weren't really, I mean, they're playing Good Golly Miss Molly and all that. It's fine, but it's kind of. But he was just breaking in his new band, you know what I mean? He'd maybe get a new drummer or a new bass player or something like that. We'll just fucking have a jam now because they were enjoying it. I'd batter Bono just to give the boys a laugh. What was it? The Bono joke I liked best. It was one where he was at some gig in Ireland, and he was doing one of his charity things. Was like, up here, see my finger, my clipping. Every time I click my finger, a child in Africa dies of starvation. And some guys up here, stop clicking your finger then, for fuck's sake. AI has entered chat, really? Is Jeff Buckley boring? I don't know. I don't know who Jeff. I recognise the name. I think, does he not play a 335? I don't know. Again, a lot of the music you've got to remember listening to was of its time. I never really got into Van Halen because I wasn't there. By the time I'd started listening to music, Van Halen was a done thing. So I'll listen to this. It was like I've already heard Randy Rhoads. I've already heard fucking, the Final Countdown solo. So I'd heard all the. It wasn't something new. Whereas if you were there at the time in 1976 or whatever it was, and you heard Eruption and all that, it's like, is that a guitar? Fuck, it's a life changing thing. Whereas for me, it was like I'd already heard stuff that came after it, so it didn't really go in. Fear of a Black Planet. I don't know. I mean, I'll be honest. I wouldn't buy. You don't have to buy music these days. You just look it up. Black Sabbath are the best band because they kind of cover an awful lot more. It's like to call them heavy metal or hard rock is really a disservice to them. They really are just inventing shit all over the place. They played what they liked, and I think that's the greatness in them. There wasn't. I really don't like their last album, 13, because what they did was they went in and tried to do an album that sounded like the first two albums. That's not what Black Sabbath do. Not the real Black Sabbath. The real Black Sabbath progress because they do what they like. They think, oh, won't this be great to do this new thing? The Beatles did, the great bands progress, whereas I dare say, but by the time it got to even something like Saxon, they did progress a bit, but not hugely. Whereas Black Sabbath, if you give me a Black Sabbath song, like say they recorded one during the first 8 albums, here's a song that was recorded during the first 8 albums you've never heard, no one's ever heard before, listen to it. I'll tell you exactly what fucking album it's off. Easily. Same with the Beatles. Here's an unreleased Beatles song that they recorded and somebody stole it and kept it in a vault till now. You put it on, you know whether that comes off Revolver or that's from the White Album or that's, you know, because they fucking progressed. So I mean, it's like they're different. They started here and they went here. Sabbath as well. You know, the first album does not sound like, by the time you get to Volume 4, it does not sound like the fucking first album. By the time you get to Sabbath Bloody Sabbath and Sabotage and Technical Ecstasy, it's like they are moving. Paxton is a better word. Paste bottle. Should smart up and start teaching us. We can ask for advice. Yeah. They were like power pop. I don't really know what power pop is. Is ABBA not power pop? I don't know. It depends. There's also a possibility of actually getting to go and see these bands. I remember talking to one of the girls I hung with, one of my pals, when I was like, 16, 17. I was like, why? Because I was like explaining, just, totally honestly, the way I would just, I don't understand how people can listen to Radiohead and REM and okay, I mean, it's fine, but have you heard Led Zeppelin? Have you heard Deep Purple? Have you heard Black Sabbath and the Stones? It's like, for me, it was like I had a moment. I was kind of into Nirvana. I even bought a ticket to go and see him. That would have been my first gig if he hadn't cancelled it for a year and then shot himself. That would have been my first ever gig. Would have been Nirvana. But the thing was, I heard the Rolling Stones Paint It Black, and it's like, it's not a wee bit better than anything Nirvana have ever done. It's an entire different level, and it's the same with any Black Sabbath. It's an entirely different level from anything Nirvana have ever done. Nirvana are great. Yeah, I totally like them. Yeah, I can listen to them, no problem. But you try to say that they've got their whole catalogue has as much music in it as Symptom of the Universe. Does it? Fuck. That counts for a lot of bands. And so you look at something like Oasis, it's like their entire catalogue has less music in it than one Beatles intro. It's like, because it's just copied. There's nothing in it. Yeah, but do you understand? Our musicians are amazing. I think yeah, you might be AI. You kind of sound it actually. Just normal people. I don't know. Define normal. What's normal? We're all weird here, man. Normal people don't watch this sort of shit. In 19th century, a comely woman had a pasty complexion, and was not Rubenesque. They say was fat as fuck, because obviously, if you were really fat, then it meant there weren't very many fat people because no one could afford to eat properly. So most people were pure skinny and dying. So if you were rich and the desire to be a fatty, Cheap Trick, maybe the most power pop band, the Knack, Records, the Jags too. I remember Big Star. I don't remember Big Star, but I remember hearing about them because the big band, the first gig I actually saw was Primal Scream, and everyone fucking loved Primal Scream as the next big thing. I don't like them at all. I liked a couple of songs, but they were shit. But they were into Big Star. Big Star, I don't know. I don't know them. I've heard of them totally. But I mean, Cheap Trick. I don't like that one that goes. I was thinking about them the other day. Someone mentioned painting that Explorer like Cheap Trick. I was thinking about it. It's like they've got a song that I hate that goes a dooby doo dooby doo dooby doo dooby doo. Yeah, that's shite. But the Dream Police is fucking great. It's got a great video as well. Cheap Trick, the Dream Police is superb. But there's bands that I just like the sound of, like Saxon, Judas Priest. Kinda anything they do, I love, because I just love the sound of the band. Whereas there's a lot of bands that I really like one or two songs, but I don't really like the songs are strong enough to go beyond the rest of the stuff on the album. I can't think of. I'm not AI. You must like Oasis or die. Not now. I mean, who really cares about them now? Although I did see a thing. It was I didn't click on it. It was that pedal show, and it was what pedals does Noel Gallagher like, and it's like, wow, really? They're pure treating him like a musician, which is kind of bizarre. It's like all of them. I watched him play when they played Murrayfield in Edinburgh. and he had the most expensive guitars. He had a Paisley Telecaster, he had an original Flying V, you know, Les Pauls and stuff like that, and every single one of them. Which doesn't matter. You had that much distortion on, and he was strumming those bastard chords, the Beatles chords. It didn't make any fucking difference what guitar he played at all. As long as the guitar didn't fret out, it would make no difference whether he was playing a Telly or a Les Paul or a Flying V, and that makes no difference. But the knack, that's a fucking great song. I don't know if I like any of the other songs, but I mean that song. Sharona, never gonna stop, never stop, never stop, never. Fucking great, fucking great. The first ever version I saw that was on YouTube, and I could never find it again. Was hilarious. One of the things I liked about it was the guy was really smiley. It was like the guy just looked like a really funny guy, and I quite liked him, even though I'd never heard him speak. I've no idea what his name is. You just like sometimes you see someone, you go, "I like that. He's cool," or "She's cool." You know, it's like, Ruben Benedict. Well, quite right. You should have gone. You could have gone down the drinking route as well, because I don't know if you can see that. The Benedictine monks, so you could be Rubenesque and drink Bucky, and you are you, yeah. Reckless Eric, don't know what that is. Anyone seen Saxondale? Haven't seen it for ages. I didn't really watch it when it was on at the time. It did start off. I remember the music at the start, and it was Jethro Tull, but at the time I was into Jethro Tull. I don't know that song. Jethro Tull, and then I found out later it was actually Focus. It's called House of the King, but it totally sounds like Jethro Tull. Yeah, I should probably watch it. No, played a Telly, so he's a Jesse confirmed. Yeah, Jesse's Jasse, but yeah. Did he play a Telly? I don't know. He just played fucking every guitar. Didn't matter which one it was. They all sounded fucking exactly the same. He could have just played. It just did not bother playing. Fuck it. Mike Sharon is the Knack's worst song. Really? Best one hit wonder, maybe Radar Love. No, because on that album there's a song called something about windmills, which is fucking better than Radar Love. I don't even know how to play that, but it's dun, 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 dun. Whatever that windmill song is fucking great. Shape of guitar does not matter. It does matter to yourself. Like, see that bass, for example. That will be an amazing bass. Not for me though. I don't like the look of it. It looks horrible. Can that bass do everything that bass does? Probably. Sound wise, if you were listening to the two, that one does lots of things that one doesn't do, but that one's better because I like the look of it. So I mean, yeah, there's a personal preference in there. Sometimes you just don't like it. Well, strings really matter either, because you can play it light strings. The player matters that now. Give Jimi Hendrix this guitar, he'll sound like fucking Jimi Hendrix. And in fact, he'd probably do really well with this guitar, because P90's in a rock guitar. Tone shape, yes. Shape of guitar is essential for tone. It does, because you play it differently. That's the thing as well. It's like I struggle sometimes with some guitars when I don't know what to play on it. I don't. Give me a Telecaster, I play it a certain way. Give me a Strat, I play it a different way. Give me an SG, I play it a different way. The actual guitars themselves didn't really make much difference, really. But no, ultimately it doesn't matter what shape it is. There's an element of, obviously, like a Dean ML, if you know what one of them is. They are just fucking huge bastards. So, I mean, if you like, you really have to really love the shape to play that. Same a wee bit with a Flying V. Flying Vs are great. When I first got a shot at one, this is amazing. But you can't sit down with it. It's huge. You get big bits of guitar sticking out here. That's what the ML's like, a Flying V that comes out to here, and out to here. So you've got this thing that's like a door. But the actual bit, as long as from here to here is the bit that makes a difference, if that's the right length and these are divided up well and the bits between it are really good and it's got pickups in the right place, it's like, yeah, they're there. It doesn't really matter what shape it is. Recording my J Turster SG style. That's the thing, is that on the recording you can't hear it. Even if when you're playing it, you can feel it and you know it and you can see that it maybe cost you $30. I don't know who it is. I'm convinced you're a robot, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's just stones. What makes a robot? Don't know. What's your heart rate like? Okay, it could be something to try to pick up information. Do you know what I mean? It's like trying to gather. I don't know. Maybe it's the YouTube algorithm manifesting one form. I think the amount of wood and how solid definitely does some. Certainly feels better. It makes a difference to the feel, yes. But it's the old thing about recording it. If I'm playing this guitar just now, right, that's vibrating like fuck actually through my gut, and I'm getting all this sound coming off the actual guitar. What's coming through the amp? It's louder than what's coming off the guitar, but it's still there. I'm still influenced by that. Whereas if I recorded that, then the sound that's coming off the guitar, if I was, stuck a mic and recorded the guitar there, but I was standing next door, so none of the sound was coming off the guitar, I don't know if it makes much difference. I mean, this is like some of the vibration things about feeling alive. This is absolutely, when you feel this, I can feel that even though you can't hear it anymore. This is just going because the strings are still ringing. Now it's not, but I mean it's a thing that's in you. Hey Scott, I'm drinking you, old jock, which we shall now know you refer to you as. Is this robot too clever to be a human? Hey Scott, we're testing the ATV 8 Atvow, who we're discussing might actually be a robot, some sort of artificial intelligence, not an actual human being. So ask him something that a human being would only know the answer to. This is no skin job, it's something else and it's learning. Possibly, yes. Or even if it's actually employed by Gibson or Epiphone or Squire or something to try and work out why it's done an internet search to try and find someone who doesn't like fucking Gibson Les Pauls and going, why? Try and make it better. Make them cheaper, Gibson. Don't fucking just take the price and then just charge what you think you'll get away with. Charge how much it costs. I'm a fan of the maple fretboard. It's not a one piece. I do like a one piece, but the grain on the back of the neck's fucking stunning. The 3-piece neck, it's just a better design. Was living the Strat to Blues Paul. Oh, cool. I hope he likes it. I mean, that's like, I wonder if that's come from. I was fucking raving about. I took that into the studio. Do you know that the wee red bass I was in the studio? I was up here. Check this out. Up here. As I said, I was up here. But before I opened the case, I was talking to the drummer, and we were kind of in our wee clique, the rhythm section. So I was talking to the rhythm guitarist and the drummer. I was like, if I don't get a wow when I take this bass out the case, I'm not coming back next week. And the guitarist like that, wow. Up here. No, you got to see it first. So I was like, up here, I opened it up, went like that, and I got a real wow off him. So up here, that's better. Scott was a Def Leppard engineer. Got a leader and a Concorde. These makes of guitar. The thing is, like, a lot of these, it might depend on where it is you're from. Where is it you're from? Because it depends. Leader and Concorde sound like copy guitar companies, but it might be imported from the shop that's near you. Like, I'll see Grant Guitars and Westfield and stuff like that because I'm in Scotland, whereas if you're in America, you won't see those guitars, but you might see exactly the same guitar that's been imported by an American company called Concorde or whatever it is. Old Scott Sale. Oh, you've got a Westone Concord. Yeah, one Westone Concords are fucking great. I've got a yellow one. It's amazing. An H2, and actually I've got Westone tuners that I put on that. I don't know about the leader, but a Westone Concord should be very like this. The only if you've got the cheaper of the Concords, the tuners might not be fantastic, but the build quality is there. The pickups are there. It's basically it's one of the things that fought with this. What's this, 82? Yeah, 82. The Concord would be the sort of Fendery Westone, whereas the Thunder was the sort of Gibsony thing. The same as this is the Thor is the sort of Fendery area, and the Cardinal is the sort of Gibsony, basically just the scale length. But Westone Concords are ace. It's just because if it's the lowest model in the range, everything's great on it, but the tuners might not be super good. Like that Cardinal 250, they're fine, but they're not what you get on the next one up in the range, or what came in later when they started using Goto stuff. I had my first made in Japan en route. It's an EVH Wolfgang special, ebony with a maple fretboard, Killer Dealer 1200. I don't like the look of the Wolfgang specials. Are you sure it's Japanese? Really? Maybe it is. I've played a few. Scott's got one. Scott's got a an EVH. It's like a Strat. It looks fucking cool as fuck. I don't like it at all. Sorry. I don't know. Some things. Charvels from the 80s, good or bad? I don't know. It depends. I've only got one Charvel, and it was on a homemade V-shaped body that I sold and got all my money back from. And in that deal, after selling the body, I paid 25 quid for it. I didn't like the shape of the body. It was like a pointy, like a King V. Is it? It's like sort of pointy. The Jackson one looked like that. So I just sold it and I got my money back. So basically, I broke even and ended up with an 80s Charville neck, Goto tuners, a Scholler, Floyd Rose, a DiMarzio. I can't remember what the other pickup was. An unknown pickup. No, that one didn't have the DiMarzio. It was like an unknown pickup, but it had a braided wire on it, so it was a really good one. And I ended up getting those things. Yeah, a Westone leader. I don't know. It's just one I don't know. Playing in the AVH is a big statement. Yes, I had this problem with I made an Iron Brew. It was actually not a Sun Mustang, the Encore, but the Indian one, basically the same as the wee red base. If you can find an Indian Encore or an Indian Sun Mustang, they were really good quality before they got pulled and they moved to make shite things. Yeah, but it's like I made an Iron Brew, but it was basically blue and orange and white, but looked like the EVH. Fucking fantastic playing guitar, superb. But if I was playing that live at a gig or something like that, people would see it and go, "Oh, play Eruption." It's like, I can't do that. It's kind of the Paul Gilbert's got that a wee bit for me as well. I can't really do the. I'm not worthy of playing the Paul Gilbert. I can't do any of the stuff. I mean, I could just play this. Nobody plays this, so I can do whatever I want in this. I might be the best player ever because you don't know anyone who plays this guitar. So whatever it is Rosewood better for tone? Tonewood. Mr. Whitesnake's the one who talks about Tonewood. I'll get guitars made out of fucking kitchen worktop. And you can't see it because I've fucking filled the walls with J-Pax guitars. It's like, I don't know. It does come down to if you're going to pay a certain amount of money, then is Rosewood better for tone? There's a slightly different feel between. I'm at my house. Like, EVH, I don't know. The Wolfgang might have been different ones. Iron Brew made from gutters, sugar in liquid form, pretty much. I think you get to a point. I think Coke's a bit like that as well. That original Coke is like basically, if you put another 2% sugar in it, it's no longer a liquid. I think Iron Brew might suffer from that a bit as well. It's like how much sugar can we put in it? Is it still like runny? Yeah, put more in. It's like now it's like, but you can't get it out the can. You kind of pour it and it comes out at this speed. That's too much sugar. Right, put it back. Make another batch and reduce the sugar content by 3% until you get to the point. Get the eel off the wall. Want a mighty booster protection? The eel's not here. The eel it's done. I did actually borrow. I said to Jen, I was like, yeah, I need to borrow some guitars because Pontiac asked me to have an entire wall of J-Pax guitars. I was like, right, I don't think I've got enough, but I mean, ultimately, like that's one of the worm casters. That's the Schools Out one. That's mine. That's a cheapy Encore, a Shanner caster. That's mine. That's a really cool looking one. Look at this one. I mean, you can tell they're done by the same person, but I mean, it's another level. Look at it. Fucking, it's amazing. That'll be for sale. You can probably buy it if you're that way inclined. I don't want to take the Flying V off the wall because at the start of this, I made a mistake of Jen started painting guitars. The first one looked fucking amazing. So I went back over and I took my wee red bass because that was my favourite thing ever. And 2 guitars that have been hanging up in my garage for ages with bits missing and needed work. That being that Yamaha bass and the Flying V, which kind of shot myself in the foot a little bit because I've still got to do all the work to them to make them work. John Connor was right. I worked for Coca-Cola for years. You don't want to know. I probably don't. Hey, Ian. Piss head. Ian, how's it going? Pantera for the win, Skynet. I don't know. It does seem a bit weird. It could just be a strange person. All guitarists are a bit weird. Any musicians by default a little bit strange? Probably. Why would you want to spend all that time to do? It's got to affect you to be willing to actually play the guitar, not playing it because it's cool. You know, I do get. There's a lot of people. I remember. I used to like heavy metal, but you don't now. So why did you like it? And if you liked it because it was fashionable, you didn't fucking like it. You didn't feel it. You didn't feel that. Oh my God! Stop talking. Listen to this. Which I get sometimes less and less. Recently, as I was saying, System of the System of a Down was the first band I really remember being current and going, whoa, what's that? Whoa, that's different. I want that. What's that? I mean, I've heard fucking Metallica, all that shit. None of it jumped out and said bang. And it's like, it only took 2 seconds to do that. Made my decision almost immediately. That's fucking amazing. And it's like, I actually got to see them at Download, and it really was. It's like a completely different level of music, just arguably up there with the Sabbaths and the Beatles, and like that kind of thing. And then I kind of thought that was on, and I don't know, maybe about 10 years later, it was like I heard Baby Metal, and it's like, oh, it's the same thing. It's like, whoa, what's that? There's something different. Why spend your life locked around practicing? Yeah. Oh, what's wrong with platform shoes? They hurt you. I'm not a musician, I'm a free man. Sit down, number 4. Number 27, whatever your name is. An amateur gynecologist. Yeah, she made that joke earlier on. So, yeah. What was that film? I watched it, Dumb and Dumber. It's like, oh. Now you've talked too much. You're no longer getting answered. These are very generic questions. I think you're a robot. I suppose, but basically the next big step in AI is to have the ability to click the box that says, I am not a robot. Where does it come in? I don't know. It could be funny. As long as you're counting as an actual view. That's the thing. Did you spike the likes? Now, somebody hasn't. There's 14 people. There have been more than 14 people on, and only 13 people have liked it. These things count. Tell me how to beat the algorithm. How do I beat the algorithm? By talking about things that want to be pushed by YouTube. Yeah, I'm gonna roll another zigazette. Yeah. I don't know. So I suppose it's one of those things. It's sometimes the best way is just to not accept it's there. You got to accept the fact. I mean, maybe being a mad guitarist. Chin it in the bogs. Is chin it mean something different? Chin it here would be like to punch him in the, punch him in the chin. Chin it. Maybe chin is something else. Okay, music. I remember actually talking to a guy, a normie. I worked. He was a lovely guy. I can't remember what his name was. He was into golf, and he was like, I remember talking to him when I was at uni, and he was like, up here, yeah, music, it really matters to you, yeah. And I was like, up here, well, fucking aye. So I don't really understand that. I mean, music. I mean, I get it. It's kind of cool when you're at the dancing and that, but it really matters to you, doesn't it? I was like, aye, fucking right. Do you not get that feeling? You know what I mean? When you hear when the music is real, you get. And you thought, a lot of people don't. You know, it's like they don't feel it, and if you don't feel it, I mean, you can get. You know, it's like churning out. You know, fucking keep. I'm giving them fucking internet knowledge, but you know, like yeah. The whole idea about a lot of these bands, I think I dare say even like right down to your Guns N' Roses level, it's like they're doing something because they know it will sell. It's like they're not making any sort of statement. There's no why. What do you think of this song? Oh, that's amazing. It's like, no, listen to it, feel it. And it's like, no, that's really good. That's going to sell. That'll make a lot of money. Yeah, like that shouldn't count. There's a lot of people. I mean, some of the best musicians never got fuck all. Arthur Brown. Arthur Brown. Basically everything Arthur Brown's done is just another. It's fucking amazing. None of it ever sold, but that's only because it's like the market. He's like he's. I must be like him. It must be an element of whatever it is that he sees in music and what he's doing. I get, but only 1 in 10,000 people gets that. That's why it's not popular. Life is nothing without love and music. Yep. Ever played a gig and had an amp crap up on you? Happened yesterday for the first time. Yes. It wasn't my amp, but I mean, yes, it was the bass player. It was my amp, but it blew up. I had this great idea. I got a WEM speaker cabinet. It was a 15-inch speaker, and it sounded glorious. And I didn't. It was like it used to be a combo, but the amp was missing. So I put like a Marshall 200-watt bass head on it, and it was a 50-watt speaker. And for the sound check, oh my god, it sounded fucking amazing. And I was up here, we've done the sound check. I was like, do another song anyway. I fucking do another song anyway. It just went bang, and it blew up because I was running a 200-watt amp into a 50-watt speaker, which you can't do. And the bass player had to use the PA. Yeah. Oh. Asimov's theory. Oh. Arthur Brown. Yeah, totally. I saw him with a fire in his head, with his head on fire, a couple of times actually. It was amazing. One of the best bits was at Glastonbury, which was the second or third time I'd seen him, and we're in a tent, and it was like he's got before it comes into fire, it's got spontaneous apple creation, which is a big Hammond organ intro thing, and it pure built, and I heard, and he went, "No, you're not, because I am the god of health. I am the god of hellfire." And it was up here. Yes, here we go. Amazing. An old WEM. I remember the WEM thing got me because it was on the back of Pink Floyd Ummagumma. My pal also had a sound. In fact, Andy still got it. The Sound City 50-watt head, which is on the back of Pink Floyd Ummagumma. That head, that one, amazing. Yeah, they're totally. I mean, so, yeah. What's his tone? These are awful philosophical. You do realise that the philosophical discussions don't really work so well with someone on the bucky. Look at these are deep, big questions worthy of 2 hours for the answer for each one. I can really only give 5-minute answers or 2-minute answers here. A Sound City Mark III custom 100-watt amp. I bet you it's amazing. Aye. They're cool. Well, the thing is, I've got my Softex. So I don't need the Sound City. Oh. Pure as the driven slow. No, pure as 100%. You can't be. No, I mean, fair enough. It's, there is a lot of it. There's no right answer to anything, is there? He just misspelt THE, the, as TEH, which I do all the time. Must be human. Unless there's an algorithm in his AI brain that says, if I make spelling mistakes, one in every 16 every 18 words, make a spelling mistake so they can fool them. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Toad, a plastic guitar will sound different to a spruce or maple guitar. I don't know, Pontiac, because I've got a plastic Tokai. And I think the reason it's spanky is because the frets need done. I really need to do the frets on it. And it's that whole thing about, it's got a wooden fingerboard, but everything else on it's plastic. Is your soft tech. It's made in Star City, which is where they do all the space program shit, apparently. Yes, it's a proper, when you open it up, it's like it doesn't have any circuit boards in it. It's all like, see where the valve plugs into the valve plug on the bottom of the actual socket thing. There's terminals there connected to each other with resistors and capacitors and crap. So it's all point wired by Russians, and every single bit is just not the same as what it should be. It's like a Fender Bassman or a Marshall or something, but all the values are just slightly different. It's about the best amp I've ever played through. It might not be very variable. It does what I want. It does a great, kind of sounds like a normal amp through a rat pedal sort of thing, but better. I probably can, but I'll just miss it. I can just ignore it. Let's go. The new ones are made in China, yeah. They're not they're electro harmonics now. I mean, these I didn't know what I had. I did not. I bought that for £50 brand new in Victor Morris because it was a tube amp, and I thought, I heard tube amps are good, and I went in. The guy was an absolute prick. I hated that fucking shop. The guys that worked in it. Oh God. So I kind of tried it. Remember, it was my 18th birthday. And I went in with my dad, who was going to buy it for my 18th. I was like, what do you want for your birthday? I was like, I want an amp. Can you come into town and get it with me? He's like, okay. I went in and was like, can I just try it out? And the guy's up here, yeah, what kind of guitar? I was like, just give me any guitar. And he gave me this fucking Epiphone Les Paul. And it was like, and it was like nothing like in tune. And that was what I had. And it was like, you fucking arsehole. He was obviously really pissed off because it was a big selling point. It was advertised in the paper. It's like, oh, we've got a tube amp for 50 quid. Bastards. Ben, it still smells like. I don't think so. I don't know. The last thing I bought in there, I bought an Encore P bass for £5 in there. Missing a tuner and all that. A £5, fuck's sake. I don't think the shop, but no, the shop Victor Morris had closed down, but the guitar store next to it, that was probably 5 years ago. I don't think so. It was dodgy as fuck. It was just so much. It was obviously bordering on the edge of illegal all the time. Some of the folk that worked in it were all right and all that. I remember it was very, very common. Everyone I knew had bought an Epiphone because Epiphones were the best guitars. Oh, no better now, but and the pickup switch wouldn't work. I took it back 6 months after I bought it. Everyone else has had it, bought a new switcher. I was like, up here, yeah. And the wee guy behind the counter was like, up here, all right, I use it. Disappeared in the back, came back a minute and a half later. There you go, sorted. I was like, up here. Really? Not in that time? I was like, yeah, go. But there's a wee amp over there. Go plug it in. Plugged it in, working fucking fine. Basically, what he'd done is he'd give it a squishy switch cleaner, which I now know. Rose Morris, I think. Rose Morris. Yes, I think so. I think I was in the shop. And on Denmark Street, there's still half a dozen guitar shops, and some of them are old. One of them that sold Shaftesbury guitars is still there, I think. I'm not really sure. I think I have heard horrible things about the guitar industry. Like, see, Grant's guitars, like the distributors and stuff, it's not a nice thing to be in. You would think, oh, it's guitars. That means everyone's going to be cool and into guitars. No. It's business people. So they've got, it costs this, we sell it for this. That's what matters. Doesn't matter what it is. the same if you're heard, if you, it's like if you're selling microwaves or just any random thing, it doesn't matter. That's what fucking killed. I think it killed the Japanese company as well when they moved to Korea in the late 80s. It was like just sell, make money. There's no passion in it. There's no feeling in it. There's some companies which still have that. Not that it's desperate favour, like Godan. I watched a Godan documentary with Robert Godan, and he was standing in Canada, and he's up here. He's standing outside the. He's got like big sheds in the mountains full of wood that's drying out for 20 years. It's up here, yeah, it's up here. So where'd you get the bodies? And he's like, up here. See that hill, that mountain there? See just to the left of that? There. That's where we're growing X. It's up here. Oh, but what about the next? It's like, well, that's quite far away. See, if you look over there, see that mountain right 3 miles beyond that is where, and it's like, there's a passion in there that's still there. There's probably a bit of that in PRS as well, a bit different. Squish is a good word, but what's the word? Like, see, I remember I went into a party in Newcastle with some bad psycho abnormal people like myself. It's a great all artists and stuff. It was fucking. I really felt like I belonged. It was really bizarre. And I was like driving about in the Panda, and I was like, up here, what's that, dude? Everyone was really impressed with the electric windows not in a Panda. I don't think any of them drove because they're hippies. I was like, up here, that's the windscreen scoosher, and they were all laughing at that. What's that? It's just called a screen wash. But you scoosh. What else? You do, you know what I mean? Guitar shops always ripped you off. But it's the same as anything else. It's like a guitar shop basically makes, is it 60%? So you're buying a guitar. Let's just keep it simple. You're buying a guitar for £90. They're buying it for 30. I think. So that guitar you're buying for £90. Okay, you don't really get a guitar for £90 these days, but it's the shop are buying it for 30. So that 30 includes importing it from China. Somebody makes a cut for doing that. The distributor, the badge, the Epiphone or the Squire badge gets a cut for that. So it's coming out of the shop for a fiver. It's coming out of the factory for a fiver. And it kind of scales up that way. So instead of spending a fiver building a guitar, if you spend a tenner building a guitar, it ramps up and then suddenly it's a £300 guitar. It's kind of ridiculous. Oh. Don't care for music, just lyrics, poetry, what they're saying. Well, I don't really get poetry. Sometimes you do hear something, you go, oh, that's deep. That's good. That's whatever makes you feel passionate. Doesn't matter what it fucking is. I really enjoyed. What was that film I enjoyed the other night? Guardians of the Galaxy, the third one. It's the best Marvel film I've seen yet. It was really silly. It was really cheesy. It was quite funny. It was really lighthearted, but I enjoyed it. And it's like, that's what matters. I remember what happened in it. It's like, see, all the other Marvel films I've seen, I don't fucking remember what happens. It's just computer images going past you. So it needs to have a little bit of whatever it is that connects with you. I'm actually wondering if it's Civet. I don't think so, because the English is too good. Who was it that was talking about the card? Frank. He's not in tonight. Rocket, you forget. Oh, well, exactly. Yes, because it doesn't matter. Yes, Rocket and the Guardians. Some of it was pure really silly. I really felt awful about the otter. Oh my god, it's so cute and ridiculous, and it says 3 pals. It's a really good film. I really enjoyed it. It was really silly. Your comments have been deleted. I'm not deleting them, Pontiac. Nothing to do with me. Yeah, no spoilers. No, I'm sorry, I've stopped. Watch Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. I really enjoyed it. Music is sound and silence. That's fucking quite robotic there, Pontiac. Yes, I agree. When you get like an up and down, yes. Well, that's where Symptoms Universe, I was talking about that. It's like it's good dynamics. It's quiet. It's loud. And classical music does that, but classical music, there's a cat walking down my street, just like it owns the street. I don't really get cats here. You're the one talking about the Cardinal. Yeah, someone else was talking about the Cardinal earlier on. Oh, is you? Yeah. You're Frank. Yeah. Oh, the Cardinal's awesome. I reckon just now, you asked me earlier on about, I'm only about 2 hours and 10 minutes later than the question you asked. I think you could probably get a Cardinal for, with nothing wrong with it, about £250, £300. So $350, $400, something like that is a good price for a Cardinal, and that works. Even that one I did up, I think it kind of cost that, but it needed work done to it, and which is fine if you can do it yourself or if you know somebody like me. But take that into a shop to get the bits. It's going to be different. It was wired up funny, but the thing is, you wouldn't know that because the three-way pickup selector, it seemed to be intermittent. So I scooshed it with contact cleaner, and it came in, and then it was like when I actually started checking it, it was basically the three-way pickup selector was choosing the neck pickup, or in the middle position, it was the neck pickup, or in the bridge position, it was the neck pickup. And it was up here, oh no, I was like, oh, fuck, the bridge pickup's broken. Tested it, it's fine. It was just wired up wrong. At some point in the past, someone who was really good at soldering, it has to be said, because the soldering looked original, had not known what to do. They've been reading it off a diagram, and reading things off a diagram is really, really fucking difficult because it kind of is up here. Oh, what are you doing? I'm putting the red wire here. Oh, what's the red wire? It's the red wire. And you're like, no, but what does wire actually do? So you got, if you know what it's actually doing, it makes sense, and you can work backwards. I mean, I dare say that probably quite a lot of even guitar techs, you could take that guitar to them and they would be looking for diagrams to try and wire it up. And it's like the switches are slightly different and the colors of the wires are different because it's an old Japanese guitar, not a Seymour Duncan. So it's like you end up not being able to do anything. It's a case of just working my brain's obviously wired slightly different from everyone else's. That's why I'm really shit at quite a lot of things, but I'm really good at other things. One of the things I can do is wiring. So I mean, it's like, there's no way I should be able to. Oh. Got your Cardo for £350 for £60 from a pallet work. These things are possible, but just there's always, I paid £25 for my Ibanez Blazer. So I mean, it's like, no, obviously there's a point. Oh, that's not the right one. There we go. I'm sorry, Atvo, but you're no longer popping up. You're kind of you're making it annoying. You shouldn't come back unless he comes back under another name. Thing is, when someone starts saying you're a robot, maybe I don't really like active pickups. Thoughts? I don't really like active pickups. I'm willing to give it a go. I'm always willing to be surprised. I'm not one of those that you're, oh, why don't you like this? Oh, I don't like it because of this. So it's like, I'm not going to try. It's like, yeah, well, I'll give it a go. Even for years, I'm not talking about Oasis again, but you know what I mean? It's like, give it a shot. Maybe it'll be good. I didn't like the last 6 things they did, but maybe this one will be good. So just like, yes, you mentioned EMGs. Yeah, EMGs are in I've got a Epiphone Explorer that's got EMGs in it. And the guy wants me to sell it for him, but he's got the original pickup. So I'm going to put the original pickups in and sell the EMGs separately because that's worth more money, I think. I've never come across ones that have actually been that much use to me. Even the single coil ones, I had a Godin that had EMGs in it, and it was like the guitar looked it looked really expensive, but it depends what it is you're trying to do. You know, I mean, if you want to sound, you're playing whoever uses them, then that's your thing. For me, it's like, what's your favorite guitar sounds? Not that I'd obviously like to have a bit of variance, but I'd like to sound like John Fogerty, Tony Iommi, that sort of thing. That's the music I love, and that's the guitar sound I like best. So something like this. Oh, you want to sound like Tony Iommi? You get this guitar, you're fucking there. Really, make this left-handed, give it to Tony Iommi. It's going to sound exactly like Tony. It was, exactly there. Oh. But I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong. It depends what your amp is and what it is you're after. if you're after, you know, that real, I keep saying Metallica. I don't even know if Metallica use active pickups. You know what I mean? If you're really after that sound that you get, and the person who gets that sound uses active pickups, then that's fine. It's not really my thing. What is an active pickup? An active pick, that's an actual sensible question. No, not from you. Just now I've banned the robot, which is annoying. I bet he's still typing shit. I think he can still watch. I've just hidden all his messages. If you're going to come back, just only say sensible things and don't talk so much crap. An active pickup is, the idea behind the active pickup is, right, see interference, like obviously your single coil, that hum, right, that's because these pickups are picking up the strings and crap in the atmosphere, right? You probably can't hear that because it's a live stream, but it buzzes, right? Whereas an active pickup has a really, really weak magnet, right? Really weak. So weak that you can't actually hear it. So it needs a wee preamp in it to boost up the unbelievably weak magnet. But because it's such an unbelievably weak magnet, it doesn't pick up interference. So what you get with an active pickup is a non-colored sound. It gives you the sound that the strings make without any of the interference and the things which give it character. So my view of it is, if you've got an active pickup plugged straight into a clean amp, it's not for that. If you put these pickups into a clean amp, these pickups color the sound and give it different frequencies and harmonics and all that crap. Active pickups don't do that, which is great if you're using tons of pedals or like a digital processor, or you're plugging in straight into a computer to do shit. It gives you the cleanest possible signal. It's just the cleanest possible signal doesn't have any character whatsoever. So, you know, it's working these things round. But low Stratocaster, low output single coils, yes, totally. I do like humbucker as well, but that's where I think I still haven't done it. I'm going to do a shootout video between the Ibanez PGM, which has £350 worth of Steve Vai pickups in it, which I'm not winning. I'm going to put that up against my Ibanez Roadster, which has a Ibanez Super 70 and two stupidly weak single coils. All three of them sound fucking brilliant. So I'm going to try and fight the two of them together. Ibanez Roadster RG600, 1986, 120. Transparent blackburst. Is the RG600? Is that the? Does it have the edge trim on it? Because I've got the edge trim by it. Hey Bjorn, how's it going? We're all doing great here. But we had an interesting robot in earlier on. Or I don't know whether it was a robot, but it sounded like artificial intelligence. Is humbucker the name of the pickup model? Humbucker is basically, it's like two single coils next to each other. So these are single coils. It's just one coil. Humbucker would be yeah. There you go. In fact, I'm going to move guitar because I spent the last hour getting into a tizzle trying to get this guitar working. Oh. In fact, I put that there. I put that there. I can still have an entire wall of J-Pax guitars. There we go. Yeah, see? Yeah. But so humbuckers like this is basically invented by Seth Lover in 1957, 1958. It's basically two single coil pickups stuck together. One of them has the magnet backwards and is wound the other way, which means that they're both listening to the same sound, but they're backwards, so they can't. So any sound that both of them isn't hearing comes through, which means there's less hiss and buzz. I've got a rat pedal on, so there's hiss and buzz, but there's less. That's what humbucker is. Yeah. Oh, there's something not right working. Because somehow that's bleeding through. That's me on the bridge pickup. If I turn down the neck, it's still on. This needs work. Damn it. Yeah. Doesn't do it in the neck pickup. The neck pickup's clear. No, it's not. Bleeding through. Right, I need to. So this needs rewired. But it's sort of working. It's not in tune either. It's got hot in here. I really shouldn't have picked this guitar up. Fuck it. I'll go for something I know. Oh, there's something not right there. It could just be duct. I'll play the wee red bass, because who doesn't love the wee red bass? All of you, but I do. You might have a humbucker in a banjo, to be honest. If your singer coils are hot, just lower the pickup. It doesn't work. It doesn't sound the same. I know, and to a certain extent, yeah, but it doesn't sound the same. Yeah, I think $600 is a good price. That's like 500 quid for an Edge trem. Yeah, an RG600. Basically, if that was here, Scott would buy it. The 600. I don't know what the 600. I've got the 530. Did you give me a year? It's the only intelligence she will find here. Yeah. No real intelligence. No, fuck that. J-Pack's painted in the headstock. One of them does. This one doesn't. This has got an M on it for me. Look. The headstock had to match. It does have J-Packs written in the back, but no, it doesn't have it in the headstock. It's got I should have asked for MM, but I just asked for an M, so I got an M for Malco, just to try and wide it in. The best bassline ever, Jaws. I don't know the best bassline ever. It could be the Ricky. What's his name? Or I don't know. Another one bites the dust. But the best bassline ever, I don't know. Or could it be the real me from Quadrophenia by John Entwistle? I don't know. The Pink Panther theme. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, it's going to be something like that, isn't it? It's going to be something that transcends all normality and is something else. My God, Scott, your beer's taking so long to drink. I've only drank not very much here. Slow me down to try and drink it. Oh. Actually, the old headstock, I don't know. I just felt I had the opportunity to do it, and she did match it really well, considering it was done like a month apart. I finished drinking Scott, so I can get back to my Bucky. Fucking Jesus, I'm starting to get a bit sleepy. The problem I would have with the Encore thing, it still is the Encore, was I wouldn't. It's just getting dismissed immediately, you know. It does make it much more stealable, I think, but it's still a silly wee thing. But it doesn't really matter. There's not that much to it. It's just I think this is an Indian one, and there is an element of it won't be made of the most premium woods, but it's had some effort put into it somewhere along the line. I didn't do that much to it when I first got it, and I'll do a wee. I'll download some videos that I've already recorded because I remember definitely going and I did a video of me going to pick this up, and I did a video of me taking it to the top of the campuses at a car park and plugging it in for the first time and going, this, because I just bought it, was a tenner, $10. Thought that'd be like $12 or something. And it was like, I'll use the bits for something. It was just cheesy. I was like, this is fucking, even at that, when it was fucking covered in dirt, there's something about it. One of those random ones. A55 Strat 8819 Austin TX. Yeah, these are the J-Packs where my pal paints them. They're not all mine. I'm wiring up that one. That one. That one. That one's mine. That one's mine. That one's for sale because I have to borrow it. That one's mine. That one's mine. Oh, okay, they're mostly mine. And this one's, oh yeah, they're nearly all mine. Well, The problem with the encore thing is, it's like some encores are pure shite. It's really bad. Oh, yeah. Good luck. Good luck. Just like obviously you can just drill some hole in the wall and you'll be fine. Today was a good day. Played 4 awesome guitars and they were mine. Even played an acoustic. So 4 awesome guitars and an acoustic. I agree with that because acoustics are a bit shit, really, aren't they? Oh. Hey Alex, how's it going? In the pub supporting live music. Well done. Well done. I wish I had somewhere I could go to watch live music that was within walking distance. Oh, they missed the AI chat. I'm not sure. I don't know about the. Have an encore strat made of. Yes, no, there are good. No, they're not all shit. Encore. Most of them are good. It's just that there are ones which this bass is the precursor to. There's basses that look like this, but they're nothing like him. And see, which guitar was it? Which ones I gave it to Jen? That one in the corner. That I got it off of a guy I know is up here because I thought, oh my god, that looks like this. Nothing fucking like it. Yeah, it's like taking like like the difference between like having like a pure gourmet hamburger, like a Bob's Burger, a pure amazing hamburger, and comparing that to someone just going like that, poking you in the eye instead. It's like that. There's not really any similarities at all, apart from they both said encore on it. Catch you later, Kit Kats. I don't know how much longer I've gone for anyway. Was it last week that I decided that it's only 10:30? Last week I was like, up here, that's at midnight, I'm going to bed, and everyone's like, up here, it's only 11 o'clock. Bastard, still got another hour to go. It's got Donnelly's pickups, Warmouth, Mighty Might neck, Wilkinson parts. I had one of them, the one with the Donnelly's pickups, and a Wilkinson tremolo. Didn't have a Warmouth body on it though. A Warmouth neck, Warmouth body, Mighty Might neck. It's not really an encore if it's got a Warmouth body neck in it, but I know the one you mean. Does it have a mother of toilet seat scratch plate on it? Because I had one of them. That was when I fell out with my pal Jim because it had an amazing Wilkinson bridge. And I was chopping it up, took the lace centers out and used it in a double neck and whatever. You know, I was like, it's up here. Oh, it's a really good bridge. Can I have that? I was like, up here. Oh, right, totally. But yeah, well, I only paid a tenner for the guitars. Up here. Yeah, of course you can have it. And then that Friday on eBay, that bridge, 25 quid. And you're like, you bastard. If that was for your guitar, you know, it's like, yeah. Well, of course I have. Oh, well, you've got a guitar that needs it. I just assumed that he had a guitar that needed a bridge. No. It's up here. Oh, can I have that? That's great. I'll put that on eBay and get 25 quid for it. Fuck off. So basically, I don't talk to him anymore. That's the guy that painted my BC Rich. Where's your guitar? I sold it. It's all right. I got 300 quid for it, so it's fine. No, it's through next door. Contact dared me to try and get all the guitars J-Packs. It's just in next door. I was playing the Thor sound up until about 5 minutes ago. I don't play other people's guitars when I'm drunk. That's not right. It's all fully working. I changed it. I think I don't know. I did a video. I changed the switch. The phase switch was the actual switch was just old. It kind of worked, sort of, but I just put in another one. You would never know looking from the top that it was any different. I just put the other one in the bin. It was like I had it all working. It was great. I did the video, and when I went to use the switch, it didn't work. I was like, what? It's just a crap switch, or not a crap switch. It's a 40-year-old switch. You can come and pick it up whenever you like. It's good. Used to be an encore. Yeah, so we've got a new plan. That's not right. We've got a new plan for this gig. The last gig we did, speaking of encores, we weren't really, I don't know, it's the first proper Sabbath gig we've done. And in Paisley, in the bungalow. And after we'd finished, we got asked for an encore. They wouldn't let us go. And it was like, we're just kind of going, kind of packing up. And I was like, look, fuck. If the pair, look at it, listen, we've got to do something. That pair just was like, we don't know any more songs. Do we just play Paranoid again? Yeah, okay, that'll do. And that was it. So basically, this from every gig now on, we're going to have one song. Doesn't matter which one it is, just one song that we can play at the end. assuming they want an encore. This is really not in tune. I think the temperature's changed. Or maybe it's just a drunk tuning thing. This is miles out. The thing is, it didn't really have that much. Okay, I've changed the bridge. Maybe it's just stretch. The strings are still the same strings. Yes, I changed the bridge and I put better tuners on it. I'm sadly full of wine. Time to go to my pit. Thanks to Jack Malcolm. Catch you later, Ian. Cheers. I'm full of bucky myself, but I kind of, by drinking that beer, it really slowed me down. So I'm kind of getting. I'm going to have to start tanking this pretty much. Smash my parts caster through my 55-inch 4K smart TV. Can still play my guitar, but the TV didn't drink any bucky. Well, I take it you accidentally put it through it. I don't know. Or were you watching fucking? Were you watching the BBC News? Yeah, that's why I don't even. My telly's not even plugged in anymore. Well, I use it for watching the computer. Basically, there's a computer plugged into it. Not this computer. Well, this computer. I've got two TVs. This one I'm looking at with a camera on top of it, and that one there, two monitor outputs. Fancy, yeah. We were raging. Oh dear. Blame it on AI mind control technology. He was here earlier on. Well, I can't remember what his name was. We had an AI bot on earlier on, which I had to ban because he just kept asking questions that were artificial somehow. Surprise. I don't really know. But yeah. But when a 4K 50, I don't know. I've never even seen 4K telly. I just struggle. Most of the stuff I like doesn't really. Yeah, it can be defeated. It could. Have they met the chat box? I think that might have been what it was. Just like it's a live stream, just asking. It's like what the most commonly asked on the internet questions. There's like not really answering to the. I don't know. The thing is, I wonder. I should probably have just started talking. The thing is, yeah, definitely something fucking fucked up because the English wasn't brilliant. It was slight broken English, and if you're not really able to type English properly, you're going to understand me. Well, obviously, if you're Scottish, there's certain different spelling mistakes you make. You know, you would talk shite and maybe not be able to spell very well, but not differently. Chatbots. I think generally, turn off the phone, TV, computer, walk in the woods. Yeah, I mean, I don't have shit. The thing that really freaked me out about the AI thing was I remember this is about a year ago. Scott's got an iPhone. We're sitting in here, and I was talking about the Black Star ID core I had through next door. Is that thing a wee shitty amp? I've got a wee Black Star. They're really good. It's a nice wee amp. You know, it's up here just talking about it. Is that up here? Oh yeah, maybe doctor. Give us a shot of it. I'll take it up the road. Like, no problem. And then about 2 minutes later, he got a text message, and it was like from Black Star saying, "Here's the new ID Core 10." Blah 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 blah. Like your Alexa thing, and none of that shit's turned on in here. I don't have any of that stuff. But I mean, it's terrifying. I used to find it a bit difficult as well. It was like when you were looking up, like when I was buying a telly. This is a few years ago. I bought a telly. I bought it because it's the best name, Selkis. I thought that sounded like a baddie in Battlestar Galactica or something like that. I was looking up a telly and I was like, see what the cheapest telly was, and then I spent, I don't know, half an hour looking up telly, seeing what again, and just fucking went to whatever it was and just bought one. And then for ages after that, it was all the adverts I got were targeted for telly. But to be fair, I had searched that, so that's fine. But I don't like the idea of me saying, what's pure bizarre? I think I might buy a new tent. I've been looking at tents. It's like, well, should I get like a pop-up tent or a different type of tent? Right. So there's my test. So see tomorrow when I get adverts up and shit, it's about tents. I've been fucking watched. Well, I'm broadcasting live, so I don't know how these things work. Turn off the phone, TV, computer, walk in the woods. totally. It's a fucked up thing. I miss my boat. I wish I had more money so I could actually go out in a boat again, because that's where you can't do anything. But even then, I don't know, that was what kind of killed camping. We used to go camping, and it was every summer we'd go a couple of times up out in the middle of nowhere. It's fucking great. And I remember the first time it was like pure when the mobile phones started working up in Lochfine. It was like, oh, it's happy. How's what you did today? I was like, I'm out in a boat in the fucking mid. It's beautiful here. It's amazing, that the phone thing. And then it gradually started becoming, you're sitting there around the campfire and folk are looking up fucking messages. You're like, fuck off. I understand. Oh, sorry, my wife's in hospital, so I've got my phone on. Yeah. There's things, or super emergency. Do you know what I mean? But you're just sitting there, just fucking looking up Facebook and all that. Fuck off. Just I hate it. I hate it. I hate that whole thing. So yeah, I was recording and analysing. Well, yes, but I mean that's where I don't get the slightly broken the slightly broken English typing where nobody would speak like that, so you wouldn't type like that. Which is fine if you're Spanish or something, that's fine, and English is not your first language. But I just feel that if English isn't your first language, you're not going to understand a Ouija, a Scottish person who's talking shite and using words that don't exist, scoosh, stuff like that. Special words. I've tried using AI, or I've tried to use voice recognition. It's just fuck off. No, you're not doing it. It's kind of bizarre. Catch you later, Tom. Wisteria lozenge. Fusey Buck is advertising a couch for sitting around campfires. All right, Wisteria. I don't know. It's quite a cool name. I don't think any AI would have a name like Wisteria lozenge. But there you go. I don't know who Fastbuke. It's quite like Buckfast, but with different letters on it. But my first ever bottle of Bucky today. Was so embarrassed walking out the shop. Felt like a Jakey. It's for next week live stream. Yeah, but I don't know. But Jakeys don't drink Bucky. Bucky's expensive. Well, I don't know. Maybe it isn't these days. It used to be. It's complicated. Yeah, you can sponsor next week's live stream, Alex, because this is sponsored by the Bucky Rage. Because the big Jesse is like a big guy. Obviously, the Bucky Rage has been going for like 10 or 15 years. They've got half a dozen albums out. And he's obviously, they used to be all be Bucky drinkers, and he's like, it was his birthday last week or the week before. And on his birthday, people gave him, so he had like 6 bottles of Bucky. And he said, I was up here, he's at the Transmit Festival. It was really good. It was really, it was up here very sensible, never get searched in the way in and all that. And I was up here, I was like, at night I just couldn't get to sleep because of the caffeine in the Bucky. So, because he's not drank it for a year. So he gave it to me. So the Bucky Rage guy doesn't drink Bucky because he can't handle the caffeine. Bizarre. Avoid the frets. It does. It's got a thing about it. CIA, FBI, MI5, Taco Bell. I don't know, but it must be. I wonder if it's because I keep getting It doesn't really make any difference if I get demonetized. I don't fucking many money off YouTube anyway. But it's like getting it annoys me. It's obviously the automatic subtitles generator must feed into something. That's where I think that AI guy got in, because the subtitle thing was coming in, and it was like the old asking a question. I would answer it. I was kind of enjoying it because they were quite good questions. It was kind of quite interesting. I did it. I was very aware as soon as they started speaking, there was something not quite right. That's why I kind of mentioned neuro, being neuronormal and all that. And then he immediately goes up here, oh, blah, 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 not neuronormal, autism and stuff. And you're like, yeah, These are very much reference things. You look it up. But I mean, there's still a possibility that they're just really weird. I'll get a job touring with a band as a tech. Yeah. I don't really know. It could have been. No, I don't know. No, I don't think it was Rex, because she would be more crass than that. It's like, I don't know. It's really fucking embarrassing. I wish just pure friend. When I started getting out, we were just fucking friended folk on Facebook, and it was like, I was like, you're really gonna not fucking you've friended my. I'm not even friends with my dad on Facebook, right? And she friended my dad, and up here, and it's just putting up fucking fucking stuff about sodomy and being, what do you call it? I don't even know what it's called. You're fucking gonna no, I'm gonna. I disturbed women. Hey Egypt, yes. Believe it or not, I had a bunch of hard copies of on time travel that disappeared from my hiding place. Hard copies of Mr. White. I think it's probably really disgusting, and I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not really that disgusting. So even if I try and think of the most horrendously vile and sexually deviant thing, it doesn't even come into it. You know, it's like, oh, think of the most horrendous thing. You're like, oh, I don't know. I don't believe time exists. Well, if you just go, you'll be able to find it online. 1980. If you look up the ELO discography, Time is an album I've not listened to for fucking ages, but wow, ELO Time. Yeah, well, fucking yes. I know that's not what you meant, but I'm totally looking out. ELO Time, the album is fucking ridiculous. It's so computery. It's amazing. It must be 80. I don't know when it comes in. It's in the murder of your mother mind. This is another time and another time. Da, 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 da! It's fucking amazing. Yeah, it's like, yeah, no, totally time. Fucking ELO. Aye. That Time. Also Face the Music, but Time is one of those. I remember the keyboard player in my band was pure into Time, and I was like, oh God, it's fucking awful. It's pure 80s and all that. And he's like, no, I put this on. And I put it on. It was one night, you're sitting there stoned and drunk, and it was like a pure. It was a pure. Whoa! What's that? Whoa! Oh! I was wrong. Yeah, that's fucking amazing. Wow, fucking brilliant. Oh, the Tarpaulin Action Squad. Yeah, it's better than TTF. I beat. I don't know. I've got that. The Idol race. I've got an Idol race record. No, obviously I don't have a record because they're worth hundreds of pounds. I've got a greatest hits of the, or not a greatest hits. A sort of one of your best and the rest of it's got some of ELO one on it and some Idol race and some Move. It's quite good. I remember when them Cooking Vultures came out. It had the very John Paul. When I saw John Paul Jones, and the first time I'd ever even realised an 8-string bass existed, and I met Hugh Manson who made it afterwards. And no, I never met John Paul Jones, but that was when I had to have an 8-string bass. Fucking great. It was like an instrumental. There was 3 of them. There was a drummer, a guy playing a Chapman stick who was fucking amazing, and John Paul Jones and no singing in the garage. Must have been about 1999 or something like that. And it was stupendous. I did buy the album. The album was called Zoom, something like that. I've got the CD. It was fucking great. But them Crooked Vultures had elements of that era John Paul Jones bass playing in it, which was stunning. That was the first time I'd ever seen a Chapman stick live. And Trampled Underfoot. Ding 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 diddly ding 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 diddly ding ding boom boom diddly ding 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 ding. Well, there was a drummer. The guy played the Chapman stick, and John Paul Jones was just playing slide. The guy playing the Chapman stick was playing the bass and the guitar at the same time. And it's not simple shit. It was bump, bump, ba-dum, bump, ba-dum, bump, ba-dum, bump, 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 ba-dum. At the same time as ding, 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 ding. It was like pure, giving it the pure, fucking amazing. And then it was only 6 months after that, I found the Washburn 8-string bass. I was like, no way, there's an 8-string bass. I remember seeing it in Guitar secondhand. I was looking at it. It was like pure fucking ridiculous. I could see you looking at it. It's like you've got the fucking brass on it and all that. Washburn Stage Series. And I was like, that's fucking amazing. To my pal G, who was in the shop with me. That's amazing. John Paul Jones playing an 8-string bass. I've never seen one before. I've never even heard it before the gig. Look at that. It's fucking amazing. It's like, it's ridiculous. It's quite ugly though, but I mean, what amazing. And then we were driving home in the car. It was like, that 8-string bass was fucking beautiful. It's a shame it was 1,200 quid. And he was like, no, it was 200 quid. Was it? No, it was 1,200 and 1250. He was like, no, it was 250. No. So as soon as we got back to the shop, I was like, phoned up Guitar. Hi, I was in the shop earlier on. There's a Washburn, I think, an 8-string bass, like a second-hand one sitting up. You tell me the price of that. He was up here, yeah, hold on 2 seconds. He obviously taken a cordless phone. He was up here, yeah, it said £249. The reason I didn't fucking buy it is I thought it was 1,200 quid. I could, but 250. Look at it, and I went in. So I was up here, right? I'm coming back. So I went back to the shop. I was like, looking at it, and I was picked. I was like, fucking hell! Look at this. It's through neck, and I was getting everything you would possibly think was amazing on it. Up here, right? And then that's the only time I've ever actually. I didn't have any money for 50 quid or something. That's the only time I ever got one of your pay up things. It was like, you get a couple of months or whatever. Interest-free credit shite thing. And I was like, I'm totally not going to get this, but I mean, got 50 quid deposit. I was like, any chance you could try the thing? And it was just a fucking bum at the time, and I got it. And then basically I just paid it off at the end of the month. I didn't let it run for the 6 months because it was all fucking. If you pay it off early, so I just paid it off early. But I paid 250 quid for that bass, and that was my first real Japanese thing. I was just like, what the fuck? That should have been 1,200 quid second hand easily. Ridiculous. John Paul Jones, teenage prodigy, phenomenal British recording industry, early 60s. He did all the strings for She's a Rainbow, was his big Stones thing. Do 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 do. That was one of the first Stones songs that really blew me away because when I heard Paint It Black and all that, so I was up here. I couldn't believe it. Used to be in the theme tune for a Vietnam thing I was watching called Tour of Duty, I think. And at the start, it'd like pure na 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 na. There's a and at that point, a guy firing one of those, a minigun, and it was like, that's the fucking best song ever. And then 6 months later, my mum was watching Sounds of the 60s. It was like, the Beatles, I was like the Kinks on, that's fine. And it was like it was the Stones on. This is in black and white, and it was Paint It Black, and I was like, what? Oh, that's what the. Whoa! And Mum's like, yeah, that's Paint It Black. I remember when that came out. I used to have the single, but that's old. It's black and white for how? And that was rising up to the point of Nirvana going right. And my dad's like, the Stones records. I've got all the Stones records. So what? You've got all the Stones records? He's like, he pulled out Through the Past Darkly compilation. All the records. There you go. Let's spend the night together. Jumpin' Jack Flash. It's not really all the records. It's the greatest hits, but it's fucking excellent. But I had She's a Rainbow on it, and that pure blew my mind. It's amazing. Oh, I've predicted everyone's talking pish, and I'm just telling you stories. I've predicted every calamity before it happened because I've seen it all before. Catch you later, Ian. What's the next end program start? I'll keep welfare. Just learned that Neve switched to transistors in '64. So Abbey Road, after that, we used hybrid gear EQs where a Neve transistor, famous 70s board was transistors. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, Vox, the Valve thing didn't really come in till later on. I mean, that was it's one of those things that, see, if Marshall, when they made the JCM 800, if that had failed, Marshall wouldn't exist. It just didn't. And then suddenly this whole tube Valve amplifier things, because the thing about Valve is tellies used to be valves and radios, because valves were the only way of doing that. And then it was like, you get a transistor, it does it, but it's like pure 300% more efficient, much better at it, and 100th of the price. And it's better because when they were making the Valve amps, not the JCM 800, but the earlier ones, it's like they wanted clean. The distortion thing was as a side effect. You don't want that. You're just like, no, you want to try and get loud without it distorting. It was only when you got ones like when Eric Clapton, I to give him some credit, but when he started driving it with a Les Paul, it's like if you turn it up loud as fuck, it gives this fat sound. They weren't designed to do that. They were designed to go really loud, clean, because people wanted clean sounds. But Neve is. I've heard of Neve, the guitarist in the Black Sabbath band's got a desk and all that in his house, recording gear. The thing is, he kind of talks to me because I'm a geek as well. He's not done it for a while, but he used to. If you talk about these things, he'd be like talking about like an RC45 preamp and all that, and he's got like you getting Neve clones and you're like, it's like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but I know a fuck shitload more than the drummer or the singer does. At least I know what a compressor is, type thing. So he says, I've got this, 1981 Neve compressor, and I'm like, up here, I know kind of what that is, sort of. Whereas the drummer and the guitar and the singer would be like, a compressor, like for pumping air, So at least I know, but I just don't follow. So it's a strange thing being in a band, but it's like I don't really just generally talk about Ariapos. I talk about old guitars. He's the guy that described this bass before I painted it up. He's like, up here, yeah, it's up here. I got this bass fucking for a tenner. It's fucking amazing. He took it into the studio, and I was like, fuck's sake, right? I know you keep bringing in all this dodgy stuff, right? But I mean, I have to draw the line at an encore, for fuck's sake. I was like, up here, no, it's really good. He's like, look, come on, that's the sort of thing that if somebody, what he said, if you were at someone's house having a few beers and stuff, and you were just going up the road, and he went, I've got this bass, I was just going to bin it. Do you want it? And it's like, I just wouldn't even bother carrying it out the door to the taxi. I would just put it in the bin. You're like, so different. I do like Fender tube amp sound, and nothing replaces it. Mother Earth or motherboards. Lots of Rupert Neve interviews, heavy stuff. I don't know. I mean, I know what a compressor does electronically. I know what it does. I remember the keyboard player in my band explained it's like toothpaste. That's it, isn't it? It turns it into toothpaste. He was very, very clever at that. So I know what it does. It kind of takes away the highs and the lows and makes them all the same level. So if you play something quiet, it boosts it up to a level. If you play something loud, it brings it down to that level. There's a point for it. I get it in a mix and stuff, but I really suffer. I really get abused by one. We played at the Dreadnought in Bathgate, and the compressor on the bass amp was up big, and I play too dynamically for it. But I'm playing Children of the Grave. That didn't do that. So when I tried to hit it hard for the heavy bits, it didn't do it because, and when I would try to play quiet, when I was trying to play quiet, it boosted it up to it boosted it up to normal, like to this level. So I try to play boom boom boom, and it's like pure boom boom boom, and then it's like pure right the heavy bit ba ba ba, and it goes boom and brings it down. So I understand what it does. I've not really found a use for it yet, to be honest. What tube up do you get? I don't know. It's like it just comes down to when I got the Sovtech, I didn't know what it was, but the first time I took it into the studio, I remember the keyboard player in my band was like, "PR, fuck's sake, how come that Sovtech amp is you?" I was like, "Yeah, it sounds pretty good." And he's like, "It's fucking you," but wow, I mean, it's exactly what you want in it. And it was like, "PR, well, yeah, you kind of, yeah." It's like you kind of you go tring and it's sort of clean. You go jung and it's not clean. Glorious. Yeah, too much. I get that point, but that's the whole. I understand that you might overload something. So I mean, I'm talking about if it's on full. I've not really come across a situation where it's great. I've even got a compressor pedal. I had a couple of compressor pedals. It depends what it is you're trying to do, and it's like I think it comes down to again. It's kind of the same with the active pickups. It's like the music I want to. I know I want to write modern stuff and new stuff and something that's never been done before, but the stuff I love, they didn't really have compressors in the way when you get that over compressed sound. So I know that I don't like it when it's pure squished. But I get it. But the thing is that a valve amp kind of does that anyway. Then the difference between playing through the soft tech and playing through. I did actually take the Carlton, 120 watt solid state, 50 watt, 100 watt. This is on the back. I think it's 100 watt solid state, and I really fucking struggled with that in the studio because it's like, oh, it's great. I'll just like play through one of the normal amps, and it was like whatever I did, it sounded the same, just louder. So the clean bit, your pure strum, tring, 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 right, the heavy bit. And it was the fucking same sound, just louder. And it's like, no. It's like when you hit it harder, it should be distorted. It could be done. Obviously, you can get around these things. Depends what you're kind of used to. It's just that kind of the tube amp thing kind of just suits me nicely. Compressors were invented for use in music because music was first heard in your car. And then became something. Possibly, yeah. I remember seeing. I was kind of meant to do it. Like, go back to the era of when I was watching telly at night after I finished working the co-op. There used to be an advert that would always come on, and it was like, the wind up, wee plastic teeth things. So you'd be sitting watching a film or something. It's like pure. It's an old film. And then the adverts would come on, it would be pure bang, 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 bang. Come on, call 08984 pure for that sex, blah, 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 pure. So much fucking louder because obviously they're just putting it at the maximum volume that the telly can handle. Whereas if you actually run, Scott Grove ran his telly through a compressor, so that basically when you're watching the film, it's fine, but it had a limit so that when the mad techno adverts came on, it didn't wake you up. It limited how loud it got. The loudness wars, I believe they were called. I I've removed my own music from YouTube. Just figured, fuck it, I'm pissing the only person I listen to. Well, I know, I don't know. Music's difficult. It's how, I mean, I'm losing views like mad because I keep doing all these mad big jams because I enjoy doing it. It's like I enjoy doing it, but now I'm just doing it and not bothering putting them out. Trying to get my videos down to 5 minutes because that's what the YouTube algorithm wants. The YouTube algorithm wants me to do 30-second snippets so you can watch them on your phone because that's what people want. And it's like, you make it, instead of being landscape, it's portrait. I don't like doing that. I don't like watching that. So I keep getting rid of it on my YouTube feed. It's like, shorts. Like, fuck shorts. I don't want to watch a baby hippo trying to climb a fucking thing for 20 seconds. Fuck off. Do you know what I mean? But that's what everyone wants. It's a bizarre thing. Maybe because I grew up with like, I don't know, because I listen to records a lot of the time, my attention span is kind of 20 minutes, which is the side of a record, which works really well. So that's kind of why my videos are like 20 minutes long, because after 20 minutes, I start thinking maybe I'm just programmed into that. That's kind of, after 20 minutes, I decide whether I want to keep watching it. I mean, there's so many fucking films I watched, like a lot of the Marvel ones I was moaning about earlier on. I get 20 minutes in, and it's like, at that point, it's like, if I'm not thoroughly absorbed, it gets fucking turned off. So I've watched the first 20 minutes of so many films, and then you're like, I don't really care. Fuck it. Next. Cheers, Joseph. Like what I do. Yeah, well, when it's that whole thing I was talking earlier on about Black Sabbath. They did what they thought was good. They're not playing to what sells. You do what you got to. It's like that. That's why modern films are all shit, because it's very rare you actually get somebody who's got a belief in what they're doing. They don't give a fuck. I'm getting how much? Oh, we've got to try and make £10 million or $100 million or something. That's what's important. It doesn't matter whether it's fucking good or not. Yeah, I mean, I'd much rather listen to. I mean, it's really blown me away. See, watching these Enrico Morricone, The Good, the Bad, the Fistful of Dollars trilogy. It's so fucking good. So good. If you've not watched any of them in years, just watch the Dollars trilogy. All of them are. It's so much better. It's like listening to Black Sabbath compared to modern music. It's like, wow. It's like, there's nothing happens. I've been watching this film for 5 minutes and nobody spoke. wow, it's like the build up and the tension. What was the one I've started watching it? I got about 10 minutes into it and I gave up last night. I'm going to watch it tonight. Like the last one he did after. So you get the three fistful of dollars, blah 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 dollars, good, the bad, the ugly. Then there's how the West was won. Then there's another one called My Name Is Nobody or something. I started watching that last night. Oh man, it's something else. It's like pure, just the best thing ever. I'm not a huge film buff, but it's just so much better than anything I've seen recently. It's amazing. YouTube made sure I found you, so you must have met it. Well, there you go. Yes, there must be a way in somewhere. And it's like, it's the whole thing about if you do something that pleases everybody, nobody's going to like it. Or everyone's going to be sort of, it's kind of fine, like vanilla ice cream. Whereas you put out, I don't know, like a pure bizarre flavor, only 1 in 100 people is going to pure love it, but they're really going to like it and think it's much better than normal. That's kind of me. So if you kind of get this, when you look at fucking doing a live stream, folk are watching it. You wouldn't think that would get, there's only 14 people on just now, but I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, it's ridiculous. Creating music does take, right? You got to find someone, and it's the whole thing about creating music. If you're making something to try and be popular, it's kind of not going to work, which is shit because it means you can't make a living at it. But if you do something you believe in, somebody's going to get it, and when they get it, they're really going to understand it and get it and dig it. It's like, and you can tell when it's real and when it's not real. I mean, I'm going back to Baby Metal again. Okay, the three wee girls dancing and stuff. Yeah, it's all the vision of Cobra Metal, who's the guy who invented it. He believes in it. He's doing something. Whether I think all of it's brilliant or he's going in the right direction is not the thing. It's somebody's dream, somebody's vision, and they 100% believe in it and would do anything for it, and that's what comes through. Obviously, having a great band, and these are elements of it, but the actual vision to start it is amazing. Fistful of Dynamite. Yes, that's the fourth one. That's the one that doesn't have Clint Eastwood in it. That's I really enjoyed doing the 40-minute. It's like kind of fallen out of that because I stopped buying guitars because there's a point where you start going, fuck's sake, I shouldn't be buying any more guitars. So I'm doing videos of guitars, of the ones that I'm really passionate about. The Cardinal, I'm kind of treating it as one of mine because that's one I would have bought and one that I can get behind. My biggest hitting video, I was doing a Duesenberg and the American Fender Telly. Yeah, it's very good. How interesting is that Fender Telly compared to the Aria Cardinal? It's 10% as interesting. It's just a Fender Telly. Yes, that's fine. It's great. It's like, it's got the grease bucket circuit. Yeah, okay. So it's got it's got a coil split and it's got the tone control's got a high pass, a treble bleed on it. Yeah. It's not a fucking Cardinal though, which is built like a, it's amazing. Oh. My videos are fake green screen like my hero Rick Beato. I do like Rick Beato though. He's all right. He's good. Don't watch all of it, but he's got the enthusiasm thing. It's like the enthusiasm, not enthusiasm, enthusiasm. It's there. You went to the vault and do guitars you reviewed years ago. I kind of cycle through them. I did that during lockdown, cycling through the ones I've got. The problem is I can't. He just subscribed to Mr. Whiteside. Do it. He's fucking hilarious, and fucking make him grow that mullet. No, it's good. You're getting the hang of the guitar as well, there, Mr. Whitesnake. I think you keep trying to play hard things. Try and play some easy things first. Get really good at playing 3 chords. I mean, if you ever watch it, you obviously do watch my videos, but see when I stick shit into that loop pedal, it's fucking simple crap. And it means you can play lead over it. It's much, much easier than try to play lead over an actual song or try to play things that's got new chords in it. Just fucking play A, D, and G. Fuck it. Get really good at playing A, D, and G, and then everything else fits in. I don't know, but it depends what you like. I mean, you look at Once Upon a Time in the West. That's the one with Charles Bronson in it with the harmonica. Amazing. Amazing. I was really disappointed when I looked up the Enrico Morricone. I keep saying it. I think he might be the guy who does the music. I can't remember who to get. There's two of them. He's only got 4 films or 5. You're like, I thought there was going to be hundreds. There's not. There's 5. You're like, damn it. I even bought the DVD box set of the Dollars trilogy, even though Clint Eastwood's playing a different character in each one, but they're all kind of similar. Wild Wild West. That's not the that's not the Will Smith film, is it? I've not seen that for years. I remember it coming out. I can even tell you it was around about 2000 because I remember being in Carnival when it was there. But in Carnival, I've got a fucking VHS. I need to fucking convert that VHS onto video and then stick it onto the internet. There's a proper rock music video when I'm 20, playing through the Marshall bass amp and an Ep4 EBO, and it's good. I just didn't know what I was doing. I wish if I'd known what I'd known. I was in a band when I was 20, like the first band that wasn't just with my pals, and they were doing there was an element of the Who and Black Sabbath and all that in it, but it was like that kind of music rather than being strummy shite. And I just didn't know enough about how to play. The enthusiasm was there, but I just didn't physically know how to do it. And I was not, the whole time I was aware that I was the weak link because I couldn't play what was in my head. And when I left that band, I spent the next year fucking nailing the guitar and the bass so that it would never happen again. It's never happened again. I've never been in a situation where I've been lost. I've now know how to play the fucking bass. Without that, I wouldn't be who I am now. But if I'd been in a few more bands before that, maybe we would have done something. Amigo did Once a Time in America with Robert De Niro. Was he in it, eh? Your Thor sound video is wrong. What do you mean wrong? When I looked it up, it was a Golden Godin. Would that be my original one? I might have started off with the Golden Godin and then gone like that, fuck the Godin, I'm going to use this Thor sound. I don't know. Sergio Leone, Morricone did the music. Yeah, the two of them went to high school. Yes. No, the two of them are brilliant. Yeah. Once Upon a Time in America. I don't know that. There's a Once Upon a Time in Mexico as well. It's not Once a Time in America. It's Once Upon a Time in the West is the one I'm thinking of. I don't know if I'll. You ever had a Bernie Les Paul? I've had a modern Chinese one. Yeah, it's great. It's fine. Better than an Epiphone. It's not a Japanese guitar. Right, 2 mules for Sister Sarah. It sounds like a sort of Mr. Whitesnake TARP film, but just looking through it. But the title doesn't mean anything. It's like so many things are just that it's on the title. You're like, I don't know. I mean, I it took me a few years to find System of a Down because that's a terrible name for a band. Baby Metal's a terrible name for a band. It's like and it's just a bad name. Is it safe to buy a Bernie on eBay? Yeah, I mean, I would put them at a Bernie. The modern Chinese Bernie Les Pauls are a better buy than a Gibson Les Paul or an Epiphone Les Paul. They're better guitars. They're not that wee bit that makes them special, though. It's all right. I mean, I fitted a fucking. Was that the one I fitted a Floyd Rose to? Something? No, I did. I think I just set it up. The guy had bought it and then put like a is it the Les Paul? What's it called? The Duesenberg Les Trem. It's kind of like a Bigsby, but it mounts onto the tunematic point, so you don't have to drill holes. One of them on it, and it's like it's fine. It's a nice guitar. It's just when you played the amazing stuff. I keep pointing at this. None of this. Well, that one is, and the Washburn, which is they're not. It's not really the same thing you're talking about. It looks the same, but it's not. They're a different level. Bernie is Chinese made now, yeah. Originally, Bernie were Fernandez, but they were the Les Paul, the Gibson versions, and they were originally meant to be Bunny, Bunny, and they're like there was some American involved somewhere, and it's like Bunny. Bunny is not the name for a premium guitar company. I think it's meant to be Bernie, so they're Bernie. But originally they were Bunny, and it was a sort of mislabel, misprint thing, and they became Bernie, which is, let's be honest, a Bunny guitar. It's like Bunny Rabbit doesn't sound like it's going to be a professional level instrument, but they are good. It's just that you're looking at these things, and it's like to get the price thing I was talking about this earlier on. I'm going to say £90 as a, you don't really get a guitar. Let's say £900. No, that doesn't work because it doesn't cost £300 to build a £900 guitar. My next guitar will be determined by price, something like a £20, 50 US, then the mods will come. Yes, that's where something like this. I mean, this was you've got to experiment. The way I was looking at it, the way I ended up getting, if I can, all these Japanese guitars. I was buying guitars that basically didn't work for £20 or £30, so under $50, knowing that I would, fix it up, make it play, maybe put a fancy switchy thing in it, put an extra, something silly, because I can do the wiring thing, do something about a wee bit fancy. I'd sell it for 100. Yeah. So I did that with lots of them. And then I started realizing that, see, when you spent, rather than spending £20 or £30, if I spent £50, I could actually start getting Japanese ones. And when you were working on the Japanese ones, it's a completely different kettle of fish. They're so much easier to work on because they're so much better built. You never have high frets, badly done. None of these things happen. You just end up with something that's, especially from the 80s, and then it became, once I had half a dozen of them through, and I started realizing I was buying 10 guitars. 2 of them were Japanese from the 80s. The 2 from the Japanese from the 80s, I'd do up 8 of them, sell them, make money to buy more. The 2 Japanese ones I would just keep because they weren't worth any more money than the other ones. They were just 10 times as good. Okay, twice as good, minimum, 5 times as good. And then I started realizing that actually compared them to my Gibson SG, they're on a par, at least minimum on a par with a Gibson, but they cost less than Epiphones. And you're like, how does that work? So that's how I ended up with so many fucking guitars. All the ones I've kept are worth. They're so much better than their price ticket if I sold them would be. And even if I was to sell some of them, I mean, even that. Assume that that's not been painted mental and it was just in good condition. They're 250 quid, something for a Washburn Raven. And it's like, oh, you can get an Epiphone. You can get a shit Epiphone for that. Yeah, but I mean, it's fucking better than a Gibson. And it costs the same. It's like, my next time to be determined by price, something like 20. No, but again, Pontiac, we're talking about the 20 to 50 bucks. I looked at it. You take a gamble with 50, let's go high end, 50 bucks for a guitar. Take a gamble. You can see from the picture what it's got on it. So for that 50 bucks, if it turns out to be shite, right? The pickups and the scratch plate and the neck and the tuners, you've got £50, 50 bucks worth of parts you could sell if it does turn out to be pure terrible. So you're not only is the maximum you can lose 50, the maximum you can lose is really 20 and some time kind of thing to get into it. And some of them are terrible. You really have to do your research on different age and model numbers. There's levels involved that were not created the same. They're not, no, but if you're talking about if your guitar was made in the 80s, as in early 1982, and it was made in Japan, I have not come across between 1980 and 1985 Japanese guitar that wasn't proper pro level. We're talking arguably as good as Gibson and Fender USA. Straight up. There might be slight modifications, maybe maybe the pickups aren't to your taste, maybe something's broken. You know, these things are, or maybe it's a bit worn, but you're getting that. Just watch Joe. Remember the big YouTube channels. If you a chance if you find somebody like me, I don't know. See, I'm obviously shit at YouTube, hence I don't have. I mean, I'm not fucking knocking the fact that lots of you subscribe and I fucking love you. It's fucking amazing. I've got real people. You're all real and cool. I don't have the folk who are fly by night arseholes. They don't really affect me. Obviously, I still get fucking abuse and stuff like that from people who've happened to turn up on my video and say this and that. But I mean, you guys are different. I've got like I would rate each one of you is worth 1,000 fucking subs, 10,000 subs that Anderton's has. You know what I mean? As a person, it's like no problem. And even just watching the videos during the week, and just the wee comments. I get no shit off you real folk at all. I get interesting stuff. I get topical things. Okay, any abuse I get is funny. I'm totally fine with it. I don't mind getting any fucking message off Mr. White, no matter how TARP related it is, because it's fucking funny and I know where it's coming from. It's never nasty. I don't mind getting a bit of a ribbon for saying something or going, oh, you're talking bullshit. That's fine, but just it's great. It's part of it. But you kind of got to know. You just get so much shit. It's really annoying. Oh, 3 years of constant mods, I think is what happened. On eBay, they go from 6 to 800 quid. I mean, wow. For 6 to 800 quid, you're looking at Washburn wings, man. And instead of being, as I said, it's somewhere between, like a Burnley Les Paul is somewhere between the best Epiphone and the shit and a Gibson, really. And it's like, if you've got a Washburn wing, even the shit one, even the Raven, is miles better. It's not made of the fancy wood. It's just built well. And there's a certain amount of, you can take it to bits and build it well yourself, but it's just like when you get like an old Japanese guitar, it's like, see the wee grub screws on the bridge? They turn. See the bridge? It's in the right place. See the pickups? They're not shit. See, it's like everything's just better. Oh. Sounds good for Burnley. I mean, yeah, but the thing about the Burnley ones is like, see the I'm going to say the real Burneys, the ones that were made, or the Orville are like Burnley as well. You know, the actual Les Pauls that are, they're like, it's better than, it's more like the real Gibsons, more like, so you're talking about if you're buying like an Orville or a Burnley made in Japan, what you're getting is more like the 58, 59 Les Paul or the $6,000 custom shop. They're that level. They do cost similar amount of money to a Les Paul standard, but the Les Paul standards here, they are up with the best things Gibsons have ever made. They're not worth as much money as the one that says Gibson on it, but it's not the same thing. Oh, look at this. If I had a Gibson Les Paul, I wouldn't take it to a gig. If I had a Gibson Les Paul, you know what I'd do with a Gibson Les Paul? I'd sell it. I'm sorry. It comes down to, it's the same as like, see, even that that Telecaster, which I really liked the other night, the aubergine one, or eggplant if you're American. That's a really lovely telly, but I'm so used to having the FGN in the wall. It's like, basically, if I didn't have a Telecaster, right, I would buy that for 500 quid, bargain. It's worth more than that. I would buy that, I'd play it for 2 weeks, and then I would go, right, I would sell it for £700, use the £250 to buy the FGN, and have £500. That's the way it goes. Same as if I found a Gibson Les Paul, it's worth £2,000 or 1,500 quid. I have got better guitars than that because I've played them. I'm not looking up YouTube things or forums where people are so adamant. It's like, my friend has played Gibson Les Pauls for 40 years and he says Japanese guitars are crap, so that's what I think. And it's like, that's not the same as you had one and had your own opinion. Different. Yeah, perhaps I get the Japanese quality thing. There's a few bits, but I don't see you go through many Gibsons either. To add credence to your point, that would be interesting if you could. Yeah, but they're so expensive. I can't do it. I do. I mean, I get them in for setups and fixing. I do have a Gibson SG, but I'm not spending £1,000 on a guitar. I could buy 5 interesting guitars. And the thing is, even when it comes down to it, it's like, how exciting is a guitar? Something like that Telecaster. The exciting thing was, oh, it's got the grease bucket circuit and it's got a humbucker in it. They're not really that exciting. I've got other ones. My Schecter are better than Fender, but I mean, it's way fucking not even in the same league. Bernier Fernandez, yeah, but Fernandez were American, were Japanese at one point until there was cheaper ways of doing it. X-Pap's good one. What are you saying there? I feel I'm missing out. Oh. And China about OEMs, no factory of their own. Yes, but that's the same. Ibanez don't have a factory. They never did. They're Fujigen. The Japanese, there still are. The Japanese, the same as Fender Japan, they're Fujigen. If it's made in Japan, it's a Fujigen. So a Fujigen Fender Stratocaster, if you buy it, when did they come out? You know, sort of mid-80s till whenever it was they stopped making them, they started making them again. Those quality levels are the fucking that. So J-Pax guitars and that. You know, it's like normally, and the West Tone as well, obviously, that they're that level. But the thing is, it's like a West Tone Thunder is that they've gone up in price, but you're not talking. They're more expensive they're cheaper than a Squire, and that's doesn't look like a Fender P bass. Fender P bass looks cooler because Steve Harris plays a Fender P bass. Yes, but it's better than a Fender P bass. It's better than all Fender P basses apart from the very best ones. You know what I mean? The really good ones. Every West Tone Thunder is better than any P bass apart from the really, really good ones. We're talking American, and the Japanese ones are the same, but they're Fender shaped. Kind of have a Squire Jap made in the 80s, but it's plywood body and not strung through. They did have cheap ones, yes, but I mean, I bet you it's built really well. The plywood is like, plywood's terrible. No, it's not. No, it's not. I understand that if I was paying £1,000 for a guitar, I'm not wanting to made of plywood, but the quality's there. Are Greco and Bernie the same guitars? I don't think so, but maybe they might be made in the same place. It depends. You do see. I nearly bought an amazing looking Greco. Well, I didn't. It wasn't amazing looking. It looked shite, but a Greco. It was kind of like PR. It must have been mid-80s because it was after PRS. Because it was a sort of PRS copy, and it was like 250 quid. It was in Edinburgh, and it's like I didn't like the look of it, but I would put money. Not a lot of money. I put a tenner on it to bet you that that's as good, you know, better than. Oh, I don't have a Fender Strat. Neither did I, but I did eventually get one, and it was lovely. It was great. The thing was, it was as good as the West Tones and the Washburns, but it said Fender on it, and it was the same shape as a Fender. So there was an element of me that went, "Oh, I've got a real Strat." You know, something like that one there. It's like that's a proper. It's a Fender Strat. The body isn't, but that's not the point. But it's like, yeah, it's like that's a Fender Strat. So that's as good as a really good Strat. Whereas a West Tone Thunder is as good as that, but Yngwie Malmsteen doesn't play the West Tone Thunder neither. Whoever your hero is doesn't play that. Yeah, Greco and Bernie equal the 70s and 80s? Pretty much, yes. But I don't know. It's like the problem is when you start looking at these, they're sort of known about. So you're not picking up a Greco or a Bernie Les Paul for the sort of money I'm willing to spend on a guitar. You're still paying an absolute premium because it looks like a Les Paul. It's the same as like took me years to find a Yamaha SG because Yamaha SGs basically are different from all the other Japanese guitars, because the thing about a Yamaha SG is a Yamaha, like an SG 1000, 1500, is, even at the time, just better than a Gibson Les Paul. Just straight up, no arguments. It's a better fucking guitar. That's why they're always £1,500. If it was a Gibson Les Paul, it would be £5,000, but you can't really come up there. Wad, aye, wad, twa. Oh, you didn't say twa. No one says twa, but you say wad. My Strat is an Ibanez Roadster. To be honest, Mr. White, it's a better guitar. It's like I have not played a Strat that's better than that. That wee cheapy bastard, the red one. You know, the 140. It's like the lowest, the cheapest fucking guitar they made at the time. It's a better fucking guitar than any Strat I've ever played, and I've played them. I mean, even fucking look at. Have you ever seen the video when I turned up with that? Because I bought it because it was cheap. It's £110. I bought it thinking that's fucking worth 250 quid easy. I'll go and buy that. I was playing it in the guy's house, and I was like, you know, he's offered it for 110, so he's taking offers. He's wanting 100 for it. I played it. I was like, this is fucking amazing. Just gave him his £110. I'm not haggling over that. So that's a really good guitar, because I had the Blazer. Why did I want the Roadster? I don't know if I really like the look of it. I was playing it. I was like that. And Scott, I took it around to Scott's. I think it might have even been that night. I was like, I've got this. He was like, up here. Oh, and I was like, I played it. I was like, fucking 10 out of 10. How much you want for it? And I was like, well, no. So, but at that point, I was like, I'm no longer selling it. It's like, what, really? What? Oh, and I was like, then I started getting into like, it's fucking, and the man has fucking a 1969 Strat. It's like, and you sit there and you argue, is it better? And it's like, well, no, I'll have the 1969 Strat because it's worth. But is it a better guitar? Well, no, but it's a Fender, so it comes in. If you want my top tip for a solid built guitar on a budget, check out Revelation guitars. They never seem to get much love for around £300 mark. New, I was well impressed. Check them out. Yes, I've had my pal's got. Shit. That's what's it's been niggling. I've got a Revelation through next door from Craig. That's got there's an earthing issue with it. Yeah, it's fantastic. And you're talking, if you're comparing that to what you can get from the big boys, and you want to buy a new guitar, yeah, they're fucking miles better. It's not. You're talking £300. For £300, you can get a Japanese guitar. You can get one of those Aria Cardinals, and it wipes the floor. It doesn't look as cool, I'll give it that, but it wipes the floor in every other category apart from look and brand perception. But yeah, they're good. There's a grip of good guitar makers of 345. Yeah, totally. I don't know Slick, but I mean, yeah, no, I mean they're great. But the thing is, they were comparing what you can produce now, and it's like, even in defense of modern things, wood wasn't endangered as much then. If you go back to the 80s, there was obviously you couldn't get you could get Brazilian rosewood, you know what I mean? But it's like wood, there was more of it. It was easier to get. It didn't matter as much. They didn't make as many guitars, just in worldwide. An awful lot more people play the guitar or buy guitars now. I mean, even look at the number of folk that have. I even look at Alexander. He's only played guitar for a year, and he's got like 4 or 5. You're like, well, that's not a thing. If you go back to the 70s or the 80s, the people who had 4 or 5 guitars were Jimmy Page. You know what I mean? He had 4 or 5 guitars. Normal people didn't have 4 or 5 guitars. You couldn't get 4 or 5 guitars that were worth having unless you were going to crack out enough money to buy a new car, kind of thing. Now you can pick up guitars. I mean, the shit ones are so much more playable than they used to be. I'll give it that. But I mean, as new guitars go, the FGN range are they're not selling because they don't put any advertising in. They are much better than anything else I've played. I mean, it's like I only have one guitar at a time. Well done. I mean, I respect you. The problem is I've got so many guitars that this wee bass, right? Okay, I've now painted it up and put more expensive stuff on it. These tuners have cost more than the whole fucking everything else put together, right? Just out my parts box. But I would get 50 quid for it. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm fucking not selling it. It's fucking really good. So I can use it and gig it. It's kind of bizarre. Anyway, the PV Raptor has been enough for me at this point since I'm much a learner. Just to glad the neighbour hasn't come over and slapped me around. Yes, the PV, that's a perfectly good playable guitar. Yeah, I've had a few PV Raptors. They're well, they're made. I don't know how good they are at buying new. That's the whole thing about which one do you buy. It's like, do you buy the Yamaha Pacifica or do you buy the Squire? And it's like you buy the Squire because in a year's time the Squire is going to be worth nearly all the money. This Yamaha Pacifica is going to be worth fuck all because of people. It's still a better guitar. I mean, Yamaha Pacifica is a better guitar than a Squire Strat. It is, but so if you buy it second hand, like a PV Raptor, whenever you pick up, you fuck off. Really, £120? I thought you paid £220, £120 for the Aria. Fuck off. Really? That's your bill just going up, by the way. But no, that's an absolute steal. Catch you later, Joseph. Oh, the Cardinal that was playing. Okay, it was wired wrong, so it wasn't working. But I mean, these are things that if you can, and you I don't know how much it cost you for those saddles, but I mean, well done for finding those saddles that fitted. They fitted perfectly, and they totally did the job. And if you paid that for it, I would probably look at getting Wilkinson tuners, but I don't know. It doesn't need them. See how you get on. I took them to bits, bent them with pliers, and put oil in them, and they turn really well. See when you're up to sort of pitch, you're talking about raising it up 1 or 2 tones. They feel fucking great. It's only when you put new strings on and you're having to go, what? They're not. They don't feel like pure expensive tuners, but I mean they don't go out of tune. So no, 120. Where was? Where'd you get that, Alexander? Because I would have bought that if I'd seen it. Definitely. The pickups are worth what you paid for it. The neck's worth that. Going to get a Raptor, the Aquamarine with maple fretboard. Nice. Aquamarine sounds good. No, the PV Raptors are great. They're fine. It's like I don't have any problem. That's where my issue comes in with these guitars when you're looking at like a Gibson Les Paul at $2,500. New guitars are shite, right? That's not as good as the Washburn Falcon, right? It's not as good, right? But if you're picking up a guitar, Solcoats. Sorry. You did have to go to Solcoats, which is fair enough. But I mean, yeah, I don't know, Alex. It's bizarre how it's different here. I was I've got run a Washburn Golden Era fan page on Facebook, and there's a guy looking at a Washburn A20 that was fucking fucked. Just it's only 3 hours away. That's in America. 3 hours is close. Whereas here, I was saying like 3 hours. Basically, if you go from here, if you go west, 45 minutes, you're in the sea. If you go east, within an hour, you're in the sea. If you go north, 3 hours gets you in the sea. And if you go south, you're halfway down England. So it's like we don't really have the same thing. What we think, yeah. The distance, no, but you totally stole that. Wasn't it a guy called Brian? Was it a guy with a sort of long hair, but it's kind of cut, and he had a house kind of not that far away from the beach, like kind of 2 streets up. It wasn't that guy, was it? He doesn't have Facebook, but he's got I don't know. It depends how much he likes you. The first time I bought some guitars off him, he used to buy guitars from like Blockhairn Market years and years ago, and he's got fucking hundreds. And you go into, if you went into his house, he probably showed you that he's got a room at the back, which is like 4 or 5 guitars in it. See, once if he knows who you are, like the first time I saw him, he didn't know this, but he thought it was a fucking weirdo. He even said that to me. Nice guy. Is that up here? Yeah, I saw your YouTube channel. Is that up here? You want to see the room? I was like, what do you mean the room? Went in and he's got a room and it's a fucking rack like you get in the back of a shop with guitar cases, and he's got fucking 200 guitars in cases, and it's he's got a 58 Les Paul. He's got all these things. He's got all the most fantastic ones that he's bought over the last 30 years when they were cheap. And actually, I wish I'd bought an Ibanez Roadster that I didn't buy off me. I wanted $250 for it, and he's like, up here, well, So what do you think? I was like, I was a bit fucked. He's like, well, you know, I got it in Blockhaven Market 10 years ago. Which basically meant, give me £100 for it, and I didn't. Fucking idiot. Oh. Could paint a piece of cloth and you could put that in the front of an amp. Well, you're looking at, like, it doesn't need to be a piece of cloth. Like, see that? I put the band logo on that. That's just a metal grill you can take off. I hadn't really thought of that. Obviously, I can't do that amp. That's got a... Yeah. That's basket weave. Bought it for the cover. Yeah, I gave it. What did I give her the other day? I bought a megaphone because I thought it was funny a few Christmases ago from my wee brother. He never used it. I ended up with it. So I was up here, have this. I just like, up here, why? And I was like, fucking put it in the bin or paint it some way, because it's like painting stupid stuff is kind of her thing. Could be anything. But I need to go and see that guy in Brian, his name. It's really annoying he doesn't have Facebook. It was his wife's Facebook he was using, so it's kind of, and I can't remember what her name was. It wasn't Brian. But it was just like the whole... I ended up buying it. What was it? I bought off him an Epiphone Explorer. Oh, we're a wee bit out. A JPAX megaphone. Yeah, but I mean, it's like, if it looks like this, I mean, my problem with these is it's like, it's kind of a dead end thing, because they're not, you know, I mean, even, you know, these guitars, I mean, that fucking looks better than guitars that cost thousands of pounds. But I mean, if it was a painting, I mean, if paintings sell for 500 quid on that's just a piece of fucking canvas or paper in a frame, and it sells them all the time. And it's like, and it's basically the same thing, but this is not a painting though. You hang this up in the wall. Look, it goes. It's 3D. It goes all the way around it. Plus, it's a good guitar, so it's kind of bizarre. Oh. Hey, the Lone Ranger, you're new. There's nothing worse than going to view one guitar and they say, I've got a few others. Next thing you know, you're loading 3 guitars into the guitar. Yeah. I've done that. I've done that before. Some of the best guitars I've ever bought have been from... Do you have any other ones? I mean, I paid... what did I pay for my Westone Concorde? I bought a Hondo SD Curly, which was like a mad... It wasn't neck through, but the neck came right down to the bridge. So basically, if you took away the body, the bass would still play, because it was like the neck. It wasn't neck through. It was a bolt-on neck, but the actual neck plate was like a big fucking piece of metal that went right down to the bridge, because it was basically one thing, and it was terrible. It was an awful guitar. But on my way out, I was like, up here, oh, what's that in the corner? And it was a wee West. We're going to take it to the car boot sale. Up here, oh, that's quite interesting. And it was like, it was his wife as well. He was there, but his wife was like, oh, I'll take it to the car boot sale. Was that, you take 20 quid for it? Yes! And I've got a Westone Concorde. It's fucking amazing. I can really talk about time travel, because no one would believe it. I bought a few K through neck guitars. Look like Japanese. Yes, I know the ones. Yes, I mean, they're copies of the Japanese ones. I mean, they're just not as good. SX guitars in the USA? Really? Wow. I thought SX were Jim Deacon, but I mean, it might not be the same SX. I don't know. I remember having an SX Strat, and it was like, I was like, this is a really fucking nice Strat. This is great. And then I looked it up how much they cost. They were only £120 unit. It was fucking good. It's like, this is better than half the Fenders I've ever played. But it was an SX, and nobody wants it. So I can't remember what I sold it for. No, yes, SX are like there's a golden era of Jim Deacon. Oh, Jim Deacon update. JPAX bought a Jim Deacon with the script logo that looks like Jimi Hendrix's signature. You know, the really good ones. And it's fucking awful. It's not awful. It's MDF and it's not the same, but it's got that logo on it. So it's just a case of working it out. But Mr. White, aye, go and try it. You can tell immediately whether it's a good one or not. Immediately, if it's within, I don't mind going and looking at guitars. What was that guitar I bought the other day? It was a Washburn. It wasn't even me that bought it. I was picking it up for Scott, who was picking it up for Jen. So it'll be a JPAX one. And it was a Washburn X series, like a 90s or a 2000s Korean or Chinese or something like that. And And the first warning I got was, "Oh, you're coming over tonight? Okay, cool. I'll set it up and plug an amp in so you can try it." And it's like, "Da, bastard." So basically, I know it works, and I went into it was my son. His son was sitting there playing his new Jackson. So I bought this. Just bought a cheapy secondhand guitar for my son. He's played it for a year now. So for his birthday, he got the guitar he chose. So we're just selling this one, and I was like, "You play it? It's fucking great. Right, there's your money." I'm not a haggler when it comes to that. I mean, I played it and it was really nice. It's a really nice guitar. For 50 quid. Gonna be a JPAX one. No scratch plate. It's just like sometimes I don't know how you know these things. It's a nightmare when you're buying shit online. I mean, that's the online thing is if it's a 1982 from Japan guitar by Aria Pro, by Vantage, Fernandez, Washburn, I know it's a fucking belter. And if it doesn't work, I can make it work. And it'll be a joy to work on and it'll be amazing. I know that. So it's not really a gamble for me. It must be really difficult if you don't know what you're looking at, because you'll end up buying a Harley Benton because you go, "Oh, stainless steel for Wilkinson. Oh, look, it's got a flamed maple top on it. Oh, and it's only £200 brand new." And it's like, yeah, but it's shite. It's like, I mean, what do you pay for that? £120 you pay for that Cardinal, Alex. It's like there's not a Harley Benton that's a tenth as good as that exists that's ever been built. It doesn't matter what people tell you. I really feel sorry for that guy with his Koa Epiphone. I got a message the other day, and it's like I don't want to be aggressive, but people are really aggressive online because you're a keyboard warrior and you're unknown. I suppose I can't really be aggressive because you know who I am. And it's like, you know it's not an act. I'm not fucking lying about anything. But it's a difficult one. I mean, I don't know. I've totally forgotten what I'm talking about. I've had a beer. That's why the Bucky's affecting me more effectively. But I'm going to I want to play this at our gig next Saturday night for the standard tuning guitar. In some ways, I wish I hadn't told. I wish Washburn Shallow V 7-foot. I'll get one day. Well, a Shallow V. I don't know if I've seen. Yes, you do. What you want is I don't know about the 7.5 radius. I'm not sure about the Washburn Force. There's one there. I don't think it's. Is it a? I don't think it's the 7.25 radius. It is the Shallow V though. It might be, It might be the 7.25. The thing is that the first guitar I had at the 7.25 radius was the Squire Bullet, like the Japanese one, the 16th one ever made, and it was like, oh my god, it's so bendy. And then because it was a new thing, because I'd never played one, and then it was like about a year later, I suddenly realised that actually since then I'd ended up with about 4 guitars that all had that, and I just hadn't noticed because it wasn't new anymore. My god, this is hard to do drunk. Yeah. Here's a guitar you want. And this thing is absolutely gorgeous up close. So there you go. A Japanese built. It's a Strat, right? 7.25 radius, Shallow V neck, made in 1983. If I don't know how good my resolution is. You can't really see because it's crap resolution. But this finish, it's white, yeah. But see, like Scott's two grand Telecaster, you can see the grain through it. It's an opaque white, that guitar. And you're picking up one of these for 300 quid or something, 400 quid. I don't know. Not if you can find one. Obviously, you get one with 3 single coils or 2 humbuckers or whatever. Well, it's a Force 3 if it's got 3 single coils, Strat layer. It's a Force 2 if it's got either 1 humbucker or 2 humbuckers. That just wipes the floor with anything. This is it's basically the same guitar as a Japanese Strat, because okay, the shape isn't exactly the same. It doesn't say Fender on it, but the actual build quality is identical. It's the same fucking factory. That's a absolute killer guitar. I mean, I do like your 7 1/4. That's what I want. Force 3 is the 3 single coil one. Force 2 is either 1 humbucker or 2 humbuckers. Yeah. Les Paul Jr. It's not a Strat. It's a Fender. I mean, I've not even tried it, but I will measure it, and I'm going to say it's a 25.5-inch scale. It's a Strat. But I mean, seeing as I've got a measuring tape, I can be unarguably correct if I say it's a 25.5-inch scale. It's also got a 2-point trem with a massive block on the back. You know, it's got a 100-pound trem in it as standard. Straight up. It's got a bullet truss rod. It doesn't have a one-piece maple neck. The earlier ones do. Strat scale. Yeah. But it doesn't look like a Strat. It's actually, see, like the way this works. It's basically, it is a Strat on the outside, but see where a Strat does this? This doesn't, because there's no heel on the back. So this is a Strat would do this, and there would be a heel here to join it on. This one, the neck bolts on behind the neck pickup, if it would be. It doesn't. The only thing it feels missing, it's a little bit tailyish because that doesn't have the contour there. But I mean, yeah. Washburn Force. Totally unheard of. Nobody knows what they are. Couple £100. I honestly don't even think I paid. I don't know what I paid for that. By the time I got that one, I knew what it was. But I do have a Force 3, which is the deep V-neck Yamaki built. It does have a one-piece neck. It's got the 7 1/4 radius. It was one of those ones where it was like 99p start. I was like, fucking £66. Fuck it. Forgot about it. And I ended up getting it for that. I get it for 40. Ridiculous. So early 80s Fender was shite and everyone knew so, and the Japanese made better Fenders at the time. That's pretty much it. Yeah. I don't know, X-Paps. It's like, it's a Fender, though. It basically sounds like a Strat. I don't think it's got a coil split on it, but you can obviously put a push-pull pot in it if you really wanted to. But I mean, that's the problem with the Japanese stuff is it's less so now, like that being, compare that to an American Strat at £1,500, $1,500. It's like, it does have the advantage of being 40 years old, so the wood is 40 years older, so it feels, plays and sounds better than a £1,500 modern Strat. Or if you got a Strat with 1 humbucker in it, I'm sure they make one. But it's not £1,500, and it'll just get better. You got to admit, it's like wood is much more rare now. So what? I mean, like my Washburn Falcon has like a 2-inch thick solid rosewood cap on it. No guitar has a 2-inch thick solid rose cap on it. Even if you're the only thing you're going to find is got a 2-inch thick solid rosewood cap on it, you're looking at like a 10 grand PRS might have it. That's it. Nothing else has that. Oh. Single pickup in the bridge, it's going to do the same thing. No, well, the Les Paul Jr. doesn't have a humbucker though. It's got a P90. Stella guitars, Jack. I don't know. Welcome, Jack. I don't know Stella guitars. Force 2, 3 and reverb 375. Yeah, I mean, there won't be very many of them, no. But I mean, it's one of those things that it's possible that these things were bought by somebody who didn't play the guitar. There's also an element of folk. They're going to end up with folk like me who maybe, or maybe not, maybe like me, but maybe they have the Les Paul, the American Les Paul, the American Strat, the American Telly, and they've got the Force 2 or whatever, and they're sitting looking at it and going, I really don't really play that as much because my $6,000 custom shop Strat's better. I'll maybe sell that. What do they sell for? 375. Fuck off. I paid $6,000 for the Fender, and the it's 3% better than the Force. I'm not selling that. I'll just keep it rather than sell it. There's an element of that coming on. Natural wood Force 2. They didn't have a natural wood. It must have been stripped. But yeah. So but the thing is that there's also the possibility with these things you're going to get someone who bought it because, okay, they were expensive, sort of, in their time, but not super expensive, and it doesn't say Fender on it. So there is a possibility of getting these things. The chances of you finding, I know it used to happen. There used to be a thing. Oh, you'd find, my son, he moved out of home 20 years ago and left his guitar in below the bed, so I'm going to sell it. And it's a fucking Gibson Les Paul. That used to happen 20 years ago. Now it doesn't, but it can still happen with these, especially something like a West Tone Thunder. Oh, I've got this crappy guitar, my son, moved out 30 years. Just fucking, it's been sitting there, and it's like, I just sit below the bed. It's that West Tone Thunder. What's it worth? 50 quid, 100 quid? Yeah, you're going to get that. You're not going to find a Gibson these days or a Fender because they're worth too much money. Oh. Warmouth guitar necks, so they're good, aye. But yeah, I mean, that's what you're talking about, though. You are talking about fighting against, that Washburn, put it up against a Warmouth neck. They are the same league. Hey, Papa Blue, Mr. Smurf. There's a Papa Smurf in there. I don't know. I know you like your 7.5 radius Pontiac, but I don't know. It depends which one it is you're playing. I kind of like them all. But that's because I've got so many fucking guitars. I would kind of even go for one that's got an odd shaped neck just because I don't have one like that. Because I've got this thing in my head where it's like pure. I don't do it as much anymore. I mean, if you watched that video I did the other night when I was jamming with the Thor sounds, it's like, yeah, no, I justified this by having P90s and I don't have a P90 guitar, so I did that. And then the reason the Thor sound get converted to P90s was because I got the Squire Bullet, which had 2 single coils anyway. And it's like, oh no, shit, that was my 2 single coil guitar. I'll put P90s in it and sell the Godin. And then I had that Yoshi guitar, which is I've now put through because I put fucking J-Packs all over the wall. And it's basically the fucking same guitar. Okay, that's got a carved top and it's Les Paul double cut shaped, whereas the other one's kind of more cardinal shaped and only has 3 knobs instead of 4. But that's not a big difference. Midnight pumpkin time. Catch you later, Mr. White. Love you, man. I like 9.5 or 10 as well. This SG copy is 14. Is it really? That's quite low. I don't know. I'm just. You end up just doing things that are new to you, are sometimes a little bit odd. I mean, the V-neck was the first one I got, was on that Washburn 8-string bass I was talking about on. Fucking, amazing. Feel the radius look. You know it to be true. Yes. Is my name. My 5-year-old granddaughter gave me 10 years ago. Love playing the blues. Go for it. Yeah, go for it, Papa Blue. I quite like it. It does give you a very much. The image in my head is, as soon as you say Papa Blue, I just think of, there is a Smurf with a white beard and a pointy hat. But there you go. I feel the radius. There's an Ibanez radius, which is just a radius. So I don't know what the radius of a radius is, but there is one. Kind of that's what Joe Satriani's guitar is based on. You don't see them very often, though. But the thing about buying old guitars as well is it's that whole, the rarity thing. You might not see another one. I mean, most of the guitars, I keep fucking pointing at the guitars on the wall. These don't really, okay, the Thunder and the Washburn and this are kind of rare to the extent of if you look up eBay, there might not be one for sale. Whereas so many guitars, maybe not in America, I'm talking YouTube apps. Feel the radius. Yes. I need to go and see these t-shirts. Mad Malco Feel the Radius t-shirt. Yeah. Quite like that. It's quite geeky. Oh, I'm super jealous of Scott, man. He was up at his house last night before. He's got an Ibanez Prestige jacket, and it's totally like a space. It's like a Battlestar Galactica space suit, like what you wear in below the space suit. It's kind of like, I don't even know what you'd call it, and it's fucking awesome. We only paid like a tenner for it. He's like, yeah, I'll maybe wear it during the winter below stuff. It's like, fucking give me it. I'll wear it as my favorite jacket outside. An Ibanez Prestige jacket. Awesome. Yeah. No, the arguments are whether it's actually worthwhile. Jacket, no man, I'm going to bed. You go to bed, Mr. White. It's past midnight anyway. I'll be turning into a pumpkin soon. You're playing a gig, there's still 10 folk there. Yeah, fucking keep playing. Anyhow, it's been a blast. As always, lots of shit next week. I'm going to try and fucking cut it down to 5-minute videos so the YouTube algorithm likes me more. I'll fail, but fuck it. So there'll be the JPEGs one will be probably that bass or a couple of tinky ones. And if anyone's interested in a JPEGs, if you look up the videos, I put kind of link in the thingy. She'll sell you. There, I mean, it's just I want a band to start. I want bands to start buying them. The thing is, these are numbered. This is number 3, and I fucking numbered it because I got a number punch thing. So 003 for this one. That's why it's really annoying. That one, the original plan was I was going to sell it, but you fucking painted it. I was going to be like, I was doing a shed, and it was happier. Yeah, I'll paint you a Bucky castle. That's fine. I totally was like, well, just do whatever you want. And she did that, and it looks fucking amazing. So instead of putting whatever it was on it, I put my Japanese shite on it. 001. These are going to be worth mega money at some point because it's going to get famous. It just needs a band to play it. I keep seeing painted guitars. They keep popping up on my Facebook. And it's like, oh, they've painted it a mad colour, but it's like, see how I've painted like that Ibanez, or like I've got one that's painted like a tiger. Yeah, no, it's painted pretty mad. It doesn't look fucking good though. These have got depth to them. There's so much paint and so much, I don't know, it's a kind of mad organic thing. They're all so different. It's not even, I don't know. Rock on. Love you all. Even you, Mr. AI bot. I should just have chucked him. JPEGs to Justin Hawkins. I've been watching Justin's videos. I do like Justin Hawkins. I've got a couple of his pics sitting there, actually. I saw him at Hard Rock Hell last year. Cheers, Ben. No, I mean, thanks so much, all you lot, for joining in this shit. And it's like, but I know I'm taking up your Sunday night and stuff, but it's great. It's great being able to talk with, okay, I never get interrupted. It's like, see, when you're just talking this level of shite, just absolutely just rabbiting on it about anything. Whenever you're in a thing, 15 other humans, they want to talk as well, so you got to listen to other people. But I can just fucking talk to them. Sunday afternoon, give us a tune, a bass tune. What was it? I'm going to be playing. Wow, wrong note originally. Okay, I was right. Nobody wants him. He just has his revenge. Planning his vengeance. Bloody soon will be ran. Yeah, drums. I want to play that at the gig. I want to play that second because I want to get the pure. Darn, fucking clap everyone. You know, it's going to be great. I'm really looking forward to next Saturday. Actually, it's like playing a gig, and I'm going to be able to drink Bucky at it because it doesn't really matter because nobody paid to get in. It's just playing in a barn, and the other two bands are, it's a Guns N' Roses and a Led Zeppelin tribute band, and then it's us headlining, and I'm going to go mad rock star. You know, it's like it looks like I was playing it there, but I'm going to be like this. Ha! You know what I mean? Do all that shit. How much for West Tone Thunder? My one, it's JPAX, £250 minimum, because it's worth that without the silly paint on it. I will take footage. I'll put it up after the end. Are all right with. I really want to. I want to put up some of that blues band. I might put up a song. It's like there's politics because they're not all there, and I was just replacing his pal, who's ill, who's getting hospital treatment. I kind of don't want to put it on YouTube. I might sneak it in somewhere. But I took this bass in without the high mass bridge and the West Tone tuners. Hi YouTube, here's today's JPAC in at Bonnie Rock on 30 seconds tops. Job done. Can I be your director? 30 seconds. I could do that. Yes, that. But the thing is, I need to do that. It's just that I don't have the enthusiasm to do that. But I mean, I should do it at the same time. I was actually talking about this in the car the other day. I do so many videos in the car and I never fucking put them up because I don't want to just clog up shite. I can't be bothered doing it. But yes, what I should do is I should do maybe another channel, a long one where I get to talk crap and play extended jams, but just do 3-minute videos, 30 seconds. Can't be 30 seconds. Oh, this one, ha, 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 look at this, look, oh, ha, 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 look, it works. Catch you later. Things like that. That can't take that long. It's just that I don't like looking at them. I hate the fucking shorts thing. I hate it. It's like the fucking who fucking plays it and playing, you know, making things phones. Fuck them, bastards. Rock on. I love you all. Genuinely. I know Ozzy says that all the time. I don't know if he probably does mean it, but yeah, fucking love you all. Catch you later. Mwah.